ladies and gents, and welcome to Dune Awakening. Welcome everybody to the stream. Hopefully I got everything alright tonight. I actually seem to be organised. So how are we all? Just having a quick flick through chat before I break down what we're going to be doing today. Nice surprise, totally going to avoid working and watching. Don't avoid working, not at the moment, you need to. This will always be up and later. Bored with Battletech? Absolutely not. Never have been, never will be. Just playing something that's a little bit different. And been waiting for this one for a while. I've actually been playing this since the start of the Head Start. Only streaming it tonight. I already have a pre-existing character, but I'm going to start a new one fresh today. So, for those who have not seen Dune Awakening, it is made by the same people as Conan Exiles and has a lot of the DNA of Conan Exiles. And it is a bit of a cross. It is a survival game, as it is advertised as, but it steals a lot of ideas from MMOs. There are actual quest lines to complete within the game, there are quest hubs, there are character classes, there are what is essentially dungeons that you have to complete, along with having all of the survival stuff. It is actually a really cool game. I've been really enjoying this. So we're going to start up on a new server, and for a little bit of fun, I am not going to try and hide in any way, shape or form what server I'm on, and if anybody wants to jump on that's also in the Head Start, you can. Otherwise, I believe this goes live to everybody at midnight, so in about 3 hours. So after that, if anybody is planning on buying this or planning on playing it from that point, well, you'll know where to find me, on at least one of the servers. Towards the end, I might, if we don't advance enough through the game, I might jump over and load up my other character, which is a little bit more advanced. He's up to the buggy. Still don't have the Ornithopter yet, but I've got a pretty established base, and I'm in a pretty good spot for worm watching. Anyways, servers. We're going to play on a North American server. The reason why we're going to play on a North American server is because I do have some people in otherwhere else in the world that I would like to come and join, and I would like to neutralize the ping a little bit. That ping's really bad while I'm streaming, but we'll see if it sorts itself out. We'll play on Helios Gate. And Stretch Hajar. This is the one I was looking at before. I don't have the character yet created though. Tal, suffering War Thunder Naval, but should only be 2 matches. Oh, I still don't get why you do that.
Prisoner.
Now, like every RPG these days, or really any kind of game with a character creator, you start as a prisoner, because of course.
Show yourself, child.
Okay. Now, there is a couple of other steps further on when we face the Gom Jabbar, and I do want to play as an Ixian, so I'm going to be looking for a character that is a little Asian looking. Oh, that's not bad for a start. It's a little bit of a tinge. The Ixians are the technology faction in the Dune universe, so they are the ones that come closest to violating the Baharian, I keep forgetting what that is, but the jihad against technology, which is incidentally where Warhammer 40k stole its whole anti-AI thing from, along with half the universe. Yeah. Alright, yeah, we'll modify this one. So basically you've got a bunch of preset characters, male and female, different races, different appearances from different parts of the world based on what you see from the Dune universe. You pick one and then you modify that character from that point on. So, where is he? I've lost him. Here. Yeah, probably don't want to change a whole lot. Bit taller. It's not the most complex character creator I've ever seen, but Yeah, no, that's fine. It's not terrible either. And yes, it is a modern game, so of course it's got vertigo on it because, god damn it. But having an extra option doesn't really bother me that much. Age, general face looks fine. I do want to square up that jaw a little. We can make the eyes go completely black, but we'll stay normal. Depth. Yeah, no, proportions look okay. We'll leave that as is. I really want... head details. Jaws. Jaw width. Don't like the pointy chin too much. Chin width. We'll have a look through the beard options here as well. What do we got? Beard style. No, we've got to have some facial hair on the character. It's a bit better. That's a touch much. It's something you're supposed to be somebody who's been a prisoner who's going to then be on Arrakis. So I want somebody who looks a little scruffy. If they've been look like they've been to a tailor, it's... yeah, about there. That's fine. And let's get rid of that haircut too. For the record, chat, yes, I am one of those people who can quite easily spend hours in a character creator to get something looking right. I will not do that tonight, I promise. Yeah, like that's... my biggest problem with a lot of these games with character creators. You have all of these hairstyles, and you know, if you want to have the hairstyles that look like somebody is just walked off a movie set, that's fine, but you don't have a lot. Like, this is obviously a female hairstyle for somebody who's going to be out in the desert dodging sandworms and fighting for their life, wearing a still suit with a perm. Like, there needs to be more rough, scruffy, you know, you know, it's 3 a.m. and I've just gotten out of bed and my hair's all over the place, or, you know, I've been living in the woods for 2 months and haven't seen a shower type hairstyles floating around, and there's not. For male or female, for that matter. Might go, we got just a... you might just go a crewy. That'll work. Beard and a crewy. And anything else? I do like this one for a female character. I kind of like that. It's different. But no, we'll just go the crewy. There we go. Alright, hair colours, yeah, we'll leave that as is. I won't mess around with that too much. Beard style we've covered. I don't want to play with the rest of the face too much. It's sort of got the Ixian look. Tattoos. Nothing really... let's get rid of the attire. Yeah, the technology faction having something down the back of the head may not be too bad. And body style tattoos on the arms. I don't like the bands. It looks kind of like a solar system. I kind of like that, actually. We'll go with that. Alright, there we go. Pretty simple. Not going to go too in-depth with the rest of the character creator, but yeah, you get the idea. It's a pretty standard issue character creator. Finished character, got to give it a name. Let's keep it simple. Now, I think this game does the right thing of actually putting an invisible number behind the name, so you don't have to do the MMO thing of trying to work out a billion different ways to spell the name you want. You get a number assignment that goes with it. So whatever your name is plus a number, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it works that way from what I've seen. Skip opening tutorial sequence. No, we will play through the tutorial, but we will play unlocked. So you get the option of whether or not you want to do the tutorial, that's fine, and you get the option of whether or not you want to lock the tech trees until you've played through and managed to research and unlock certain things in sequence, so that you can sort of, it gives you a bit of a guide on how to progress through the game. I'm going to turn that off, and yes, we will confirm character.
Have they told you what I am?
Yes.
Then I will sift your words for lies. Let's begin. Where were you born?
Alright, so this is the rest of the character creator. So we have the option of Getty Prime for the Harkonnens. I have no idea how to pronounce that, but it's one of the music factions. Caladan for the Atreides. Kayatine, which is, again, another one of the factions that I'm not super familiar with, and Ix. Now, Ix I like. Ix are the technology guys.
The machine world. They skirt dangerously close to breaking the prescriptions of the Butlerian Jihad.
There it is, Butlerian Jihad.
The Order of the Imperium is rooted in the Farfaluches. A place for every man, and every man in his place. Where is your place?
Alright, so we have a bondsman. Now, the bondsmen, the educated caste that serve the great houses as administrators and imperial bureaucracy. Bondsmen are known casualty as the citizen class. Na Familia, a caste reserved for essential members of the noble household or retinue. Na Familia are afforded certain privileges and protections by their status. And peon, so peasant labour. These options here influence what options you'll have in the game when you're actually discussing. As I said, it's not just a survival game, it's got MMO and RPG elements in there. There is conversations you'll be involved with, and depending on what options you pick, will give you different potential conversation paths to go through. So the Ixian path gives you access to discussion of technology. This gives you the discussion of either, we'll just see here, dialogue trait bondsman, dialogue trait nobility, dialogue trait peon. I'm going to go enough familiar for this one because I intend to play, at least starting, as a mentat.
Did you give bad advice? Or make a bad deal? To be close to power is to walk the knife's edge. You had a mentor in your youth, trained by one of the schools. Who was your mentor?
Alright, so these are your initial 4 classes. Swordmaster, Bene Gesserit Acolyte, a Mentat, or a Trooper. So your Swordmaster, melee combat, as you would expect. Bene Gesserit use the voice, so they're melee leaning in terms of their combat, but they have essentially minor magic powers. You can affect what people do. You're able to stun enemies, you're able to make them unable to move. As you progress through the tech trees and get access to more powerful abilities, you can eventually do massive damage to people. So everything, you've seen the movies, you know the books. Bene Gesserit. Mentat are sort of a mixed range and support. They get a turret that they can activate, which is very useful, but they have a whole bunch of abilities that stack with the Trooper. And the Trooper is your standard run and gun, have gun, will travel type guy. The Trooper is the coolest class. My other character is a Trooper. They get a grappling hook for navigation, and they've also got some really cool like zero-G training abilities that allow them to maneuver around under a suspensor belt better than other classes. But you don't have to play as just one of these. This is just your initial class. Once you get into the game, there are other trainers available, and you can learn how to become all of the other classes. And there's in fact a 5th class called the Planetologist, which you can only access from within the game. The way it works is you have one skill point that is automatically assigned based on the class that you pick here, and then over the course of the levels of the game you'll get, I think it's 200 points total. and you can distribute those points through all the classes that you are trained in as you will. If you focus on 1 or 2 classes, you'll be able to optimize all the way to the end. If you focus over more than that, you possibly won't be able to get to the end abilities, but you'll be able to get a wider selection of the weaker abilities. So the reason why I'm not selecting the trooper first is the trainer to get access to the level 1 trooper abilities is actually in the tutorial area right at the start. It's the very first quest hub that you have to go to in order to progress in the game, has the trooper trainer there. So if you pick or any of the other classes, as soon as you go there you can get your training and get the trooper abilities as well. And Mentak's abilities...
very young. The mind must be prepared or the training does not take. The test is almost complete. Have you spoken truth?
Mentat abilities stack ranged bonuses that work really well with the trooper class. Same as Bene Gesserit has abilities that stack really nice with the Swordmaster. I have spoken the truth.
Come here. Kneel. Put your hand in the box. I hold at your neck the Gomjabar, the high-handed enemy. Don't pull away or you will die. Great plots are afoot in the Imperium, and the currents of intrigue run deeply. Arrakis is the key, and the Fremen are missing. You will go to Arrakis as our agent, prisoner. You have one task. Find the Fremen. Wake the sleeper. Everything depends on this. Do you understand? Good. You speak truth. But here is the rest of it. There is only one rule. Keep your hand in the box and live. Withdraw it and die. An animal would gnaw off its own hand to escape the pain. And we can only be served by humans. Find the Fremen. Wake the sleeper. You will know when it is done.
Dun 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 dun. See if we have a TTS, text-to-speech. God, I miss that. I really miss that. Very cool so far. Yeah, it is. In the end, you will see this is just a survival game, man. But it is a very good one. I've been genuinely impressed with this so far. It is way better than it has any right to. And there's some other really interesting mechanics in it too, which I will go through shortly.
No, Arista said he was just a dream. I agree, but she is almost Sayadina.
Beard's still a little sharper around the chin. Needs to be a little scruffier. Alright, and so begins the game. Mags, have you tried the Hunting the Parenting series from Brewer, basically TTS in World of Darkness universe? No, I've never heard of it before, but I will absolutely look it up. I love TTS and I missed it. I miss it horribly. Alright, so for anybody who's wondering where this fits in the Dune timeline, the answer is it doesn't. In fact, nothing that you're seeing is real. What's happening here is Paul Muad'Dib is currently in the middle of a spice high, and he's imagining all of the potential universes and paths that he can potentially take. There it is. Grab the backpack. Yeah, all the potential universes and paths that he can potentially take and what will happen at the end of them. And what he's imagined here is a world where he was never born, where his mother actually did give birth to a female child as she was instructed to. So, yeah. It doesn't. This whole game is literally a spice high. The player model looks out of place, terrain looks incredible, the player looks straight at a Sims 3. It gets better once you get rid of this dorky outfit that you wear right at the start. It's one of the first things you have to get rid of, because obviously you're wearing what is essentially a tunic and pants. Arrakis is going to wipe you out if you wear that. Alright, we'll do some hydrating. Now, survival mechanics. You don't have to worry about eating food, at least not initially, not till it comes, you come to having to deal with spice later on in the game, which is quite a ways in. I still haven't hit that point yet. Your only real survival mechanic you have to worry about is water. And water is everything. You use water for drinking to keep yourself alive. You also use water in almost all of the crafting in the game. Water is the single most important resource, and it is required by everything. Alright. So standard survival, we're going to pick all the plants. And again, the backpack we've just picked up essentially gives us the ability to craft on the fly. Now, another cool thing, and this is sort of comes from... Oh, hang on, it's not going to get me do that yet. I have to use band-aids first, otherwise the game will complain. Alright. I want to put that over 7's where I'm used to it being. You can climb pretty much everywhere. You have the stamina bar, it's above the health bar on the lower left. If you have stamina, you can climb. And you can climb onto any object in the entire game. Getting to the top of the map is kind of required some of the time. Which is nice. The only wall that prevents you from going anywhere is the shield wall, which is kind of looks like a giant energy field, which is the limitation of the game world. Anything in the game world, you can climb to the top of everything, if you've got enough stamina or enough abilities to get to it. It's just an alternate universe. Viva Dream is a better than explanation than you often get. Yes, I kind of like it. the narrator that pops up every now and again is supposed to be Paul Atreides. Have I died yet? No, I have not. Might take a while too. I was pretty good at this.
So then, you're not quite dead.
Quite possibly will happen.
Now you will know a thing that few but the Fremen have seen. For many, the last thing they saw before they were slaughtered. Speak of our escape. Twin comets in the sky, a rebirth from fire and death, and a Sardaukar net closing around us. Your survival heralds interesting times, Offworlder. There's a way through the barricade, if you do as I say. Because I dragged your corpse from the wreckage and sealed you in that cave while you recovered. Because you owe me your life, Offworlder.
Could have given me a still suit.
Do not be concerned, Offworlder. I expect very little of you beyond your help to escape this trap. We're gonna need one of their ornithopters. Their protocol is to remain aloft and kill anything that moves from above. That's where you come in. If you can slip back onto the Proteus and locate the command module, you can activate the captain's personal emergency transmitter. He's a noble. They're not allowed to let him die. Leave the rest to me.
Enter the ship, find the captain, and activate the transmitter. Anything else?
Yeah. Take this Communinet transceiver. It's essential for planetary communication. Now go, and be quick. The Mother Storm is upon us.
Alright, go now, be quick, the Mother Storm is upon us.
Stick to the shadows, Offworlder. The heat of the sun is deadly to the unprepared.
Now this is modelled really well because it's you can hide anywhere that looks like it's shadow is actually shadow, and it does count. Anywhere where you're out in the sun, you will get a, if I stand here for a second, you'll get that bar pop up at the top of the screen. When it hits its maximum, you get sunstroke, and what happens is you take a little bit of health damage, but more importantly, you start burning through your water really quickly while you recover. Which is not good. It is less than optimal. And that stays a thing the whole way through the game. Like, even if you've got a still suit or something else, it does not save you from the sun. You've got to stay out of the sun, you've got to stay in the shadow.
The guards have sealed themselves
Vehicles
inside.
will help.
Search the prisoners for a cut array. And Offworlder, be careful.
Right. Cut array and power pack. Around here that I can loot. No, just a bunch of...
The cut array is primarily a mining tool, Offworlder. You'll need it for harvesting resources. Using it to cut open ships is an added benefit.
Alright, so this is how resource harvesting works in the game. Rather than hitting something with a pickaxe over and over and over again to get a resource, you come up to a resource, you scan it, and you get a path to cut, and then you just run your beam along it, and that's it. You get the resources from that, and that works for every material in the game. So you can gather resources relatively quickly. Once you get access to certain vehicles with mining attachments
The
later
captain's
on,
room is blocked by a pentashield. You'll need a pentashield key to pass through. See if there's another way forward.
Once you get access later on to vehicles with mining attachments, they can mine without that, just by, clicking on mining. But the mining is relatively quick, and the mining tool can also cut into spacecraft and wreck skill and
Ready your weapon, off-worlder. The guards won't hesitate. Neither should you.
Let's go back and go to the fighting tutorial. Now we're going to go to parry.
Parry your opponents just as their strikes will hit you. This should stagger them, giving you a window of opportunity.
Come on. Alright, cool. The melee combat is necessary. I was very tempted to make a melee focused character this time around. Mainly because of shield combat. Your light attacks, you do quickly. Your heavy attacks you can do quickly as well, but if you want to strike through a shield, you do this attack here. So you go slow, so you can push the blade through the shield. We won't have access to a shield yet, but we'll probably face some before too long. I cannot see crap in here. That is not the right time for that to... God damn it. The pop-up for the tutorial just... There we go. It blocked me here, blocked the keys from me. We will drink all the water on the ship, because of course we will. Remember. No. There we go, shield. Yeah, I've already got the shield attack coming.
A swift attack can force your enemy off balance, but only a slow blade penetrates a shield.
Stun, and he dodged.
Shields up!
Really wish that would get off the right hand side of my screen. The pop-ups are really freaking annoying sometimes. And I can't close that one. Come on. And I missed it. Come on, attack. Missed it again. Stop blocking. Jesus. How many times have we got to get through your shield? There. Finally. And no, unfortunately there's no option that I found to turn those pop-ups from the right hand side off during the tutorial. I might want to turn music down or your voice up. I'll turn the music down a little bit. It's actually a little bit loud on this end as well. We'll turn it down to 60. The soundtrack for this is actually pretty good too. That's why I haven't already turned it off. Most games I kill the soundtrack really
That's the
early on.
pentashield key. Once you equip it, you can pass through the shield. Get to the captain and activate that transmitter. I'll be there soon.
Alright, that should be a little bit better. around to watch. I have to come back to catch the VOD. Yep, the VOD will be around. You have a good one then, Zeta. Any update on the eye situation? Same as it was before. They're going as well as they can. I've got other issues now, but
we only need the leader.
my beard's got some terrible poppy.
I hear I'm a wanted man.
Oi! Utland scum! I vet jo man tukta lasto brev ada hung unvalo arsund. De dia abada.
I know. That's why I brought you here.
What a waste of water.
The Thopter will have the codes to get us through the barrier. Ever fly an Ornithopter? It's simple enough. But my leg is bad and I won't be able to work the pedals. Get ready. They'll be on us as soon as we break through. There's too many. Turn us into the storm. They won't follow.
Right, that's the tutorial complete. Now we're at the starting zone within the game. Or we will be once we log onto the server. That's a good opportunity to have a bit of a read through. Oh, hang on.
Get up, Off-Worlder. I couldn't wait for you. But now you need to run. The sandworm is coming. Run! Now! You made it, Off-Worlder. Catch your breath. When the Thopter went down, the storm took us far off course. My leg is bad. I need to lay low and treat it before it gets worse. But fear not, Off-Worlder. Noctua can cover the ground between us with little effort. She will be my eye in the sky so I can continue to offer my sage advice and keep you on this side of the grave. Figure out how to craft yourself some clothing. That Maula outfit won't cut it out here.
Right, now I can do a quick microphone adjustment. Hopefully that'll be a little bit better. I bet you can't land an Ornithopter on an aircraft character. You know, it's funny you say that. I actually already have. The Ornithopter is flyable in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. They put it in after the first Dune remake came out. And so, yeah, I actually have landed. I landed on the carrier that you're supposed to use for the F-18 landings. It's kind of fun to fly too. Although I don't have Flight Sim 2020 installed at the moment. I've only got... Well, I don't have any of them. I went to install Flight Sim 2024, and they botched the launch on that really badly, and I haven't installed anything since. So, anyways, we are now on Dune, and we are now in our starting area. So, we're going to have to follow through a bunch of quests in order to get access to everything. We need to make makeshift clothing in the research menu, craft a full set of makeshift clothing, class a full, and equip a full set. And that over there is the quest hub. So we're going to have to build ourselves a new house. It'll be interesting to see how busy this server is. I kind of picked this one because it was quiet. Alright, so this is our research tree. A lot of the stuff is locked off. The way the research tree locks in this, part of it is progression. You need to unlock a certain number of things in order to be able to get access to the next tier. Some of the stuff automatically unlocks when you spend enough points. So I've got to spend 19 intel points here, and I'll get access to the recycler, regardless of what else I unlock. And it's broken down quite neatly into groups. So it's actually very easy to search through your stuff. So everything under the drop is your survival gear. Everything under the knives is your weaponry and armor, construction, so on and so on. So the crafting tree is actually, or crafting and research tree is very well organized, which is nice. Very nice. Anyways, makeshift clothing we want to research. So we have 3 intel to spend. We are going to craft that. It's only using plant fibers. And we can make all this without anything particularly fancy. So we can craft all of this from our backpack while we're out in mobile. Game really looks like Conan Exiles, like really. Yeah, well, it's made by the same developers. It uses the same engine, and it's sort of following the same back end. It's got a lot of Conan Exiles DNA in here. Oh, somebody's got a house built there. They didn't travel far from the start. A lot of Conan Exiles DNA is built into this, but with a lot of improvements. And I kind of like that, because I liked Conan Exiles. My biggest problem with Conan Exiles was when it came out, I was very heavily into making War Thunder videos. And so I didn't have time to play it. And by the time I sort of found the time to pick Conan Exiles up, so many expansion packs had come out and so many people had played it and then quit playing it, and the rest, it was just... I did put a few hours into it and I liked what I saw, but it was just... You know, there was nobody else to play with, and it was a bit awkward to try and...
There's someone here.
Oh, shit. Keep track of exactly what was going on within the game. It was kind of like joining an MMO 3 expansion packs in. Yeah, you can play it, but you have no friggin' idea what's going on. Alright, let's get this gear on.
The War of Assassins has left debris scattered all over this sector. Salvage metal from the wreckage with your cutter ray, and use it to make a Mauler pistol and darts. Don't let the Imperial disdain for ranged weapons lead you astray. Very few people are foolhardy enough to use shields this deep in the sands, and that is to your advantage.
Alright.
Someone's here.
Yep. Die. Cool. What have you got? Some ammo, which we'll grab. And we want this metal. I've not even bought 24 yet for that reason, but I heard the new sim update is a step in the right direction. Yeah, they're apparently fixing it. My biggest concern, and I'm going to have to install it to test it myself, because there's no other way for me to do it, and it's more of a personal problem now, is in order to cut down on system resource usage and space in 2024, instead of having most of the map generation computer side or client side, they do a lot of it now server side, and you do downloads. You stream in the terrain a lot more heavily than you did in the first one, in order to cut down on the amount of, the size and data that has to be kept, which is why the install size for 2024 is so much smaller. The problem is I don't have as reliable as connection as I would like, and I'm concerned that's going to really affect my ability to be able to fly in it at all. So now they've gotten past the initial crap stage, the terrible launch. Apparently it is better now, but I'm still a little concerned about that. I will have to find out. Oh, that's right, I need to research it first. Confirm. Mauler pistol. So yeah, I will have to spend the time to install it. Luckily, I do have Microsoft Game Pass, and it is on there, so I don't have to spend money on the game on Flight Sim just yet to find out if it's going to give me problems or not, and I will purchase it afterwards. Let's get some ammo. Alright. I do like the guns in this too. They sound nice and meaty. Oh. Hello? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's my cutter ray. Alright, I do need to sort that out. I usually have my cut array on 5, and while I'm at it, heal kits. Yes, make 15 of them. I will find more stuff for those. And put the heal kits on 7. I've put enough hours in that I've already sort of developed some muscle reflexes on where stuff is. Alright, so these are mini former Fremen caves that you can find supplies in. We don't need so much of what's in here now, but I will need it later, so I'm going to grab it while I'm at it. Gravity, hey Mags, been watching you since your War Thunder content a decade ago. Good to see you still around. Yeah, I've never left. I'm definitely not making videos or content like I used to. And a lot of that's... I'm not entirely sure what to make these days. You don't want to make content just for the sake of making content, and I've kind of hit a dry spot that's been there for a while. So, but I'm still floating around, and if I ever find myself with something, I get really energized to do something again, I will absolutely start producing. I've been toying with a couple of things. I've got a few scripts written out, but I haven't actually made anything yet. Mainly been, I've said I've had some additional medical issues on this end, but nothing I'll bore anybody in chat with. The eyes are going fine. They are the main one that affects anybody else here. Right. The main thing I've been doing is helping the missus with her business, doing wildlife demonstrations. And yeah, working as a graphic designer, which is what I was doing the university for. A couple of years ago now, I finished off in 2022. So doing a bit of graphic design work here and there where it pops up, although there hasn't been as much of that as I would have liked. And helping with the animals. I have pet crocodiles now. I literally have a crocodile in my kitchen. Her name's Bindi. We call her Miss Toothy, or the kids call her Miss Toothy. So also your Steve Max when Private Zoo coming along nice. Yeah, it's going along very well. The sugar gliders are breeding well. Our possum is adorable. We still can't get the bettongs to breed. We are working on that as much as we can. But they're kind of one of the key ones because they're critically endangered. So we would really like bubbies. But at the moment, we have not had as much luck as we'd be hoping for. And get this salvage metal. And yes, we have the crocodile now as well. All the snakes, spiders, scorpions, He's got a house up there too. Alright. Research the respawn beacon. That's the next thing it wants me to do, which will be under here. And then it'll want me to craft one and place one, which makes sense because I currently don't have a respawn position, so I'm only going to spawn at one of the auto spawn points. So we'll just actually no, I won't place it yet. Where are we? Another scavenger camp here, so I'll quickly raid this scavenger camp. Where is it? It's uphill. I'm going to progress a little bit soon. Because I'm going to have to get some water. So I'm going to need to get some of my water stuff sorted out. There it is. I think I found you, actually. We will grab those. Decent inventory size in this as well, so you don't get caught up with the, you know, pick up 10 items and then you're sort of stuck. You can haul a fair decent amount of weight around. How's Noodle doing? Noodle is doing fantastically. Noodle is getting really big. We've also got Noodle, a potential partner. Do I want to start grabbing copper now? Yeah, we might as well grab a little bit. So yeah, Noodle is growing really well. Yeah, we have 2 other Centralians now, and we're hoping we got 1 male and 2 females, so we're hoping we'll be able to get a little breeding going there as well. That was silly. So, I said there were some other interesting mechanics in this as well. One of the interesting ones is the Coriolis storms. So there's a couple of sections to this. There's 2 sort of pre-designed worlds, areas you can play in, outside of the main hub, which is Arrakeen. This is one, and it's actually quite large. That's sort of the middle of the map, and it extends all the way up to here. So it's quite a large area. This is one map zone. There is a second one that I haven't visited yet. Oh, somebody's out here on the sands. And I'll throw this down just so I can get to the next part of the quest. Then there's the deep desert area, which is sort of a PvP open...
But the War of Assassins and the Sardaukar pogrom put an end to that. Now the sector is crawling with scavengers, fighting over the scraps of Imperium technology left in the wake of this so-called noble war. But that's to your advantage, Offworlder. Allow them to do the hard work of gathering the salvage, and then take it from them. Don't hesitate to kill them all. They would do the same to you.
Alright, sorry, get through the next step here. And binoculars are crafted. Now I just got to find one of the camps, which is one up here. We've actually got a outpost with intel that we're going to have to do as well. Yeah, there's a sort of it's an open world, open PvP area, high resource, high risk, high reward type thing. But once every, I'm not sure if it's 5 or 7 days, it looks like they got a mechanic in. I've only sort of recently read up on it, called the Coriolis Storm. The first warning for it comes in about 12 hours before it hits, and you get a countdown. When it hits, the open world PvP area, the desert, open desert area, gets reset. I haven't been out there, but it sounds like it's procedural generation, so it reorganizes the map around. But it actually has some effect on the other sections of the map as well by redistributing all of the resource nodes around the map. So the areas that contain certain resources will continue to contain those resources, but the actual research pile, the resource piles, will shift. So if somebody, and we've already seen this during the early access, if people build bases to try and monopolize a whole bunch of resources, every week those resources are just going to move away. So their bases will only be able to monopolize stuff for about a week, and then all the resources get shifted around to new spots, and you've got to go and find out where the new resources are and start farming them again. So I like that. That's a really cool idea. It's got a really nice animation. The details for the Coriolis storm coming. You get a massive... Oh, they screwed that up badly. You get a massive sandstorm that starts coming in, and your vision slowly gets worse and worse and worse, and it's supposed to hit around the time you do a server reset. Alright. Get up here. I just sort of want to cheese this next part. Went on 3. There we go. That'll get me the scout camp. Alright, go to the scout camp, use your ability, kill the scavengers. So we've now got my ability unlocked. I've leveled enough for it, and unfortunately we're in daylight here. Alright, so this is the Mentat ability. I've never used this before. Oh, it's an explosive. Okay.
It's obvious you've had
That's not the ability I thought it was going to be.
But nothing can truly prepare you for what the desert has in store. Hone your skills.
Oh no, yes it is the one I thought
to
it
the
was.
violence you must do to survive. Remember, Arrakis will sharpen you. Or kill you.
Oh, see, hang on, the drone must be something that you unlock later. No, it was. It just exploded first. So you throw it at them, then you detonate it, it blows up on them, and then it deploys a floating turret that starts shooting them. Okay, that's even cooler than I thought. Done. They've got copper there. I won't grab any more of that. I am a little concerned about having too much weight on me. That's what I was looking for. That. Alright, now let's get out of here from out of the sun before we start cooking. Alright, let's check out our skill tree. We've got a couple of points. And the Sentinel, level 2 or 3. So, we've got access to all the basic abilities for the Mentat. We have to find the advanced trainer that is somewhere else in the world, and we won't find that until much later on, and complete a quest line for them in order to unlock the advanced skills. So we can't put any more than 1 point in most of these skills. So ability, poison capsule. You have a hidden dart dispenser that fires off a specially prepared capsule filled with poisonous spores. On impact, the poison cloud spores appear, building poison on all who remain within. Abilities must be equipped and activated from the ability bar. Shield wall. You can deploy a half-height Holzman shield that protects, provides cover during combat for you and your allies. It will also slow enemies, the attempt to pass through it, giving you time to take them down. That's actually kind of useful as well. We have 2 points to spend, so I will learn.
Without a still tent, you're easy prey to the sandstorms that sweep across the desert.
Both of those for the moment.
Storms tear flesh from bone and shred metal like paper. Unless you'd like to share a cave with some scavengers, your best bet is to build your own shelter. Build a construction tool and place out a sub-fief console.
We're running out of sunlight.
You'll be claiming a portion of the
here.
planet's surface for your very own. Or rather borrowing it from the Emperor. I'm a little hazy on the specifics.
We actually got a bit sunstroke then, so our water's dropped down. We'll have to find some... Hopefully there'll be some water in here. And we also can loot the shit out of this place while we're here. And that was really easy intel. The intel you pick up is your resource, your research. Every time you pick up one of those, you get X number of research points, depending on what it is. And there are bases around that contain it, so you can enhance your research without leveling by...
I require backup.
Got your back. Got some of their attention.
Let's get them.
There we go. Turret do turret things. Shit. I didn't see you. Damn it. I am missing the timings for those blocks really badly. And you haven't got any loot on you. That turret is really good. I like that. That's going to mesh up nicely with my trooper. In fact, I might actually replace the grenade.
We can sell your stuff to Mir Charkey at Griffin's Reach trade post, but be warned, you won't be able to pull anything over on him. He used to be a scav himself. And don't try lifting anything from the trade post either. Charkey's brute bodyguard Eeyore will drop you before you even make it to the door.
Right, there is one more around here somewhere. I heard them.
Someone here.
There it is. Has to be in that building. There. Back of the head. Oh. And they got a shield. This game, I know how the shield works. We've already done the tutorial. Oh shit, there's a couple of them. Oh, that's... Didn't want to poison myself.
Eyes on hostile.
Fire it up. Come through the door. Nice. Wish I'd got it over a little bit more, but... Oh. Alright, there we go. Chat is being awfully quiet. What is chat up to? That is the rest of the boxes we've got going here. Just about everything looted out. Yep, okay. So yeah, there is a stub story. You do have your standard voice audio logs that you'll pick up inside of these that sort of explain what the base is about. There's somebody else here still too. Oh shit. Oh, down here.
I've got your back.
Sneaky. I was not expecting somebody down here on the sands. Don't know about the rest, but trying to find you in the game by chance. You're on the right server. If you are, I'm just down this end of the world. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. I'll hit that scavenger camp while I'm here as well, and then I'm going to have to find some more... Take advantage of the night while I'm at it. I want to get a little bit closer to the central trade hub, or the central quest hub, before I start building my base. So we're going to have to do some sand crossing. What's this?
I see someone.
Down there. Okay, yep, they've seen me.
I someone here. I need help. Let's found him.
Okay, that turret is really good. Just gonna toss a portable artillery piece into the area and just let them kill everything. the button I wanted to press. Take some of this scrap as well, because I'm going to need it to make more ammo and the first pieces of equipment that I'm going to need. So gather it all up in advance. If you get too close to stuff, sometimes the beam doesn't line up with where the cursor is. It's a little annoying, but... Chat just got back from a ciggy break. Whoa! Shai Halud! That was the worm. So the worm just went that way. Wants me to get the basic construction kit. Nation kit, blood purifier, I will need to unlock those in a moment. Where is the basic construction kit? Ah, that one. Derp. Alright. Make and equip the construction tool. Hey Mags, you're planning on continuing playing through KCD 2 anytime soon? After I lost it out last time, because of the net issues that I had, the updates actually corrupted the previous save. So if I start, I'm going to have to start again from scratch. So yes, I probably will, because I have deliberately not played through the game any further, because I wanted to stream it or I wanted to play it for you guys. And when the save broke, I wasn't going to play it alone. So KCD 2 remains unplayed, outside of what you guys have already seen. Actually, I think I played maybe an hour beyond the last video, and that's it. So yes, I will, and yes, it will go up on channel, but I'm probably going to have to start from scratch. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do that yet. Yeah, I will get the itch to finish that sometime soon. Because, fantastic game. Really, really, really enjoyed playing it, but I don't want to spoil myself ahead of, you know, playing it with you guys, if you get it. Yeah. Alright, there's construction tool, and now it wants me to place the sub-fief console to build Shai Halud. Alright. I want to go directly to there, because this is a worm crossing. Oh shit, I want to find water before I die. That's far more important.
I see someone.
Alright, you can drink from the dew plants, but it can only get the first notch of water. Looks like the mobs have respawned in there, so we'll get out of that. At least until you get a dew harvester later on, and then you can harvest. Shai Halud's going that way, so let's go this way. And it does seem to build up the longer you run in a straight line, the more likely you are to progress the worm sign. So I can't confirm this, but it looks like if you do stop randomly and let the line go flat before running, it will actually reduce the time that it takes before the worm comes and tries to eat you. So walking without rhythm won't attract the worm.
Huh?
Or at least it appears to.
There's someone here.
That wasn't a good exchange. No more scrap metal for the moment. I will take the fuel cell though. Now, that's the quest hub. I want to try and get to that rock outcropping up there. That's reasonably close to the quest hub, without being too close. There'll be a load of people that built almost directly on top of it. Also, for anybody who hasn't played the game, started playing the game yet, or who may be looking at picking it up, a little note: don't spend too much time building your first base. Your position matters a little bit, just from being able to get around, but don't spend a lot of time with its construction, because one of the final quests you get in this zone is to leave it, travel to the next area, and abandon the base that you have here. So other than having a pretty basic box with what you need inside of it, I wouldn't stress too much. Yeah, we've got a sealed tent down there we can farm. Yeah, this wouldn't be a bad spot. I'll build it here.
Congratulations. You are now the proud owner of an Imperial sub-fief. More of a sub-fief. But it's enough for now. Get your construction tool out and get cracking. It's not a shelter without walls and a roof.
Alright. Survival crafting time. So you know the drill here. We'll start with some foundations. We can plan them out ahead of time so we don't have to build straight away. I'm going to do the... Actually, we'll get all this place. We'll go for the 3x3 box, which is pretty standard. But what I will do... Go away tutorial. Get rid of that one, that one, that one, and that one. We can do a little nicer than just a box. I know I just said keep it simple, but, I'm me, so... We'll put nice round corners on it. Yes, that'll be fine. So we need to make enough room to make sure we can get a sand bike in here soon enough. Oh, I didn't mean to place you. Demolish. Alright, now we need some walls. Go for a nice window views on the edges so we can see what's going on outside, or at least let a little bit of light in. Solid corners on the back along with a door. And let's go rounded windows on the front for that little bit of extra light. And we are out of supplies, so we need to go and quickly find some more stone that we can work with. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Have I checked out anything on Elite Dangerous Foundations? I've spoken to Tuner about it pretty lightly. He's really into Elite still. I think I have it installed but not updated at the moment. I haven't looked at it too closely. I really should though. I've been getting the flight sim and space sim itch again recently. Hoping to do some nuclear options soon enough on the channel. Going to be doing some of that with Dead Meat and there we go. stone over here at the back of somebody's base with Dead Meat and Dick and Bog. And anybody else who wants to come along for that matter. I believe Dead Meat's actually looking into hosting a private server, a proper unprofessionals private server for Nuclear Option. And yeah, probably should have a look at Elite Dangerous again. At the very least, it'll give me a chance to dust off the VR, because I haven't done anything with my VR headset in a while either. Yep, I need to find some plants to have a drink from. I've gotten so used to having a still suit and a liter jar of water. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Got plants over here. Do we have any marked on the map? There might be some over there. We'll have to come here later anyway. No. Figures that I place the base somewhere that's nowhere near the plants that I need. Shit. So I've still got a smidgen of water left. Aha! Here we go. Alright, once I got the base built, I'll get the blood purifier installed, and then we can start properly acting like Fremen and drinking by extracting the water of our enemies, as it should be. There we go. And then this won't be a problem anymore. No, that one's not. I'm sure that was construction stone back there. That one's not there. A couple of loose pieces here we'll pick up as well. We don't need much more. I've just got to put one wall up and the remaining roof tiles, and that'll water seal the building. Once you've got a building built and it's water sealed, basically your water won't go down once you're inside of it. It stops, it pauses the survival mechanic. So, also any dust storms or anything along those lines that come through will not hit you inside of it. It's a nice protective space. So, no, we should probably deal with the building first before I start raiding anymore. Making a base close to Griffins. Yep, as I said, I've done this one far. I've started on the head start a couple of days ago. I've got a far more advanced character. Still don't have the Ornithopter, but I do have the buggy. I'm up to there. Level Shai Halud. Yeah, level 40 something at the moment, I think. So I'm pretty familiar on most of what I'm doing here. I just haven't been able to stream it so far. But I will probably show you that character later on. Yeah, I want quick and easy access to all of the quests and supplies that I need so I can progress through stuff easier. But I don't want to be too close to Griffins because everybody builds there. You know, standard, you know, if you, any kind of base building in an online space, people will build in the center of whatever hub or resource is most important. And so, on the other servers that I've been on, the higher population ones, the area, there's a sort of a designated area around each of the quest hubs. So Griffins being the quest hub over here, that you can't build in, but you can see exactly where it's defined, because as soon as you get outside of it, there's immediately structures from players the whole way around the place. You know, to the point where trying to navigate a bike uphill is a pain in the ass. That one there. And that one there. There we go. We've got a slightly rounded square box. And now, it wants me to move the sub-peep. Actually, that's a new one. I don't think that was there when I started playing as something that I needed to do. I did it anyway. But... yeah, there we go. Alright, what's our next quest going to be? Construct or interact with a small storage container. Construct and interact with a fuel-powered generator. Deposit fuel cells in the generator to power the base. Yep, well, that one has to be done. The base, the generator powers the shield. So the way the long-term or the maintenance of your base works in this is, rather than having to constantly repair stuff over time, you build a generator inside your base, which is what I'm about to do. Once you've built the generator, you power the generator. So long as there's cells in the generator, there's a shield over your base and it'll survive sandstorms and nobody can get inside of it and everything is fine. If you walk away from the game for an extended period of time and the generator runs out of power, and I have to research that first, of course. Oops. The generator runs out of power, the base becomes vulnerable. You don't have to worry too much about it, though. It is very easy to put nearly a month's worth of power cells in it after like 5 minutes of work. So it's not a hard thing to maintain, but if people finally give up and walk away from the game, their shit won't stay there forever. It'll just, after about a month, it'll just disappear. So blood purifier, fabricator, small refinery, small ore. Where is the generator? It's surveying kit. We'll have to do that one later. Maybe I just missed it. Oh no, it is there. Derp, it is there. Derp, derp, derp. Don't mind me, chat. Blind guy failed to see something. Big surprise, I'm sure. Alright, so just the cells that I've picked up so far, if I deposit all of them...
The Thief console comes with an automatic shield system that will keep your base safe from the sandstorms. Just keep the generator fueled, or the storms will tear at your walls. And it goes without saying, don't build on open sand. Seal your base, off-worlder. Maintain good water discipline, and it will keep you alive. You've done well licking flowers and sucking sap, but you need a consistent source of water. And the best source out here is blood. Extract it, store it, refine it, and drink it. Raw if you're really desperate. And don't mind throwing up. Actually, don't drink it, unless you really have to.
So just the fuel cells that I picked up randomly as I was wandering through there was enough for 5 days. So you can see it's one of those things you do have to run maintenance on your base, but it's not something that's going to be too difficult. If you spend 20 minutes of your time once a month running around and just grab all the fuel cells, you'll probably be able to keep the base fueled indefinitely. So it's not a difficult thing to maintain. It's just a thing. Right, so I already have a whole bunch of resources on board. So I want the anal probe and the filtration system. Yes, I know about shelters. And fabricators, utilities. There it is. Blood purifier. Alright, so we'll put the blood purifier... about there. Cool, alright, that's the start. We'll also get a couple of other things sorted out now ahead of time. I want to craft a small blood sack. And it also wants me to play around with a storage. Do I have? Yep, we already got one of those done. So I'll just put the first storage crate just here. And that'll complete that. And I can offload a whole bunch of the stuff that we've already got into it. Fuel cell for the bike, that'll be useful later. Copper ore, we'll have to refine some of that soon. Metal scrap can stay in there. I'll keep my coin on me. And I'm just going to... yeah, it's only 4. That's fine. I'll throw them into a recycler soon enough because I'll have to build one of those too. In fact, I might build a second crate already. I won't... yeah, I'll keep my coin, we'll throw that in there. Now, cool part is, once you've got any materials loaded into cases inside your base, it doesn't matter whether it's in your vehicles, whether it's in your inventory, or whether it's in storage. Once you're inside the boundaries of your base, any crafting you do on any machine will automatically access whatever materials are available. So you don't have to run around the inside of your base like most survival games trying to work out where all your shit is to make something. You just have to be inside your base and the materials have to be inside your base. Click the button and it gets made. You said something about VR. Is nuclear option VR capable? No, I was talking about Elite Dangerous. I think they're going to put VR into nuclear option, but I don't think they have yet. They've only got TrackIR. Although I could be wrong about that. I haven't looked at the updates for nuclear option in a while, so it's possible that that has changed. I will need to find out. We won't unlock the sand bike just yet. I've got a few other things to build. We will need... actually, before we build any of that, we won't... I wanted the next tab. I want... actually, why is it not letting me access those? Something I'm missing there. Build a fab. I want fabricators. Actually, we'll put the fab over here. Alright, cool. There we go. Craft the blood extractor, and then while that's building... inventory. How many do I have? I have 11. Let's craft... we can only carry them in a stack of 20, so I'll craft 9 more health kits. Now, I want the blood extractor on 3. Alright, now we can go raid and actually start drawing some blood out of people and filtering it out, and that will solve our water problem. I know you can make the full body dehydrators. Yeah, they're part of the quest. We have to get high on spice a couple of times and complete a whole bunch of major storyline quests before we get access to those. Those are really good, but you gain access to the full body dehydrators after you get access to the wind stills, yeah. Wind stills. I think I'm having a massive brain fart. I can't remember the bloody name of the damn things now. Pull moisture from the air. VR does not work with Elite after Odyssey. It does. It just doesn't work outside of the cockpit. I've used it after Odyssey, with Odyssey. What happens is while you're inside the ship, the VR works exactly the same as it does with the rest of VR, with the rest of Elite's VR. If you get out of your ship and start running around in the first person, from the VR perspective, it goes into like cinema mode. So it creates a virtual screen in front of you for you to play first person on inside of the VR space, which is ridiculous. I hate it. It's part of the reason I'm not playing Elite anymore. That really pissed me off. They lazied that hard out. But, you know, it was slack. They just needed to put a VR camera in the head position and let you look around normally while playing the game and leave it at that, and it would have been fine. But no, they went and cheaped out pretty hard, and it pissed me off. But the in-cockpit stuff still works the same as it always did. I want to build a staircase out here. There we go. So I don't have to jump into the base every single time. Alright, we need some more ammunition quickly made. I need to go and suck on some flowers quickly, and then we need to start getting some blood. There we go, ammunition crafted. It's better 160 plus 18. Let's quickly run back to where those flowers are. We'll quickly drink those, and then there was a couple of sealed up caves that we can raid. We'll start raiding them as we're traveling back. Still, it was this way. Extract 1,000 mil from corpses using the improvised blood extractor. We're going to get a lot more than 1,000. The only reason I'm doing one bag to start with is because I need water running in the base more quickly first. As soon as I've got the first bag filtered, I'm going to start hitting a whole bunch of caves, and I'm draining everybody. Shit, did I run too far? I must have run too far. And then I definitely want to get up to Griffin so I can get the training. Shit, where were the flowers? Worried again. Hang on. I think they're over here. Alright, I must have approached them. I've gone the arse way around. There we go. Alright, we'll get up to Griffin's and get the training for the trooper so I can get the grappling hook. I want my grappling hook back. One. I don't want to know where that probe's getting put. I don't want to know where the probe's getting put. That's already cleared out. All the crates and stuff will respawn given enough time. The resources respawn pretty quickly. The crates inside of the bases respawn. Takes a little bit longer for them to reset, but they will respawn as well. So you can farm sites for certain resources. Bosses respawn at about the same rate inside of bases too. So some of the bases have mini bosses. You can farm them to an extent, although you'll only get the big quest rewards out of them once. Buster, never tried that, just heard it didn't work. Now I just have to figure out why my VR headset isn't talking to Windows now. Yeah, a lot of people just said it didn't work. I was told exactly the same thing, and I thought I'd test it, and no, it's not the case. It still works the same way it did before, from the perspective inside of the cockpit. It's just balked the second you go into first person, because the screen that's created for you in VR is really low resolution and crappy as well. So it forces you, if you want to play in VR but you also want to do the Odyssey first person stuff, to take the headset on and off and enable and disable VR mode over and over and over again, which is just a pain in the ass. It was a really easy thing for them to have done, to have fixed and done right, and they just slacked out. Frontier seems to do that a lot. Probably a major blood vessel. The neck is very accessible. It seems like the probe goes into the nether regions more often than not.
Someone here.
Go turret. I do like that. I've never played with the Mentat before, so I've never played with this turret. It actually seems kinda too good early game. No compatible container. Alright, so we're filled up on blood, so I will take this back and get this cleaned up at the base as soon as I can, so I can actually fully fill up the water bar, and then we can actually get to some serious work. Everything else is looking okay. Ah, this was the one that I was looking at from up near my base. Cool. Alright, let's...
You're probably feeling it by now, Off-Worlder. Spice. It's everywhere on Arrakis. The air, the sand, the blood. It prolongs life, expands consciousness, and triggers some very vivid dreams.
And we're going on a little spice trip now. Imagine being so high you start seeing the lines between constellations.
Observe this valley, sacred to the Equan Bedouin. Here, Wally faced the trials of Aku, proving their knowledge of the Fremen ways. Find the Fremen, she said. 7 tests, 7 steps. Set your feet. Follow the uncertain path. Keep moving. The only true death is stagnation.
The first of what will be many trips of spice. Alright, so our next quest is to go and get high. So we will do that shortly. In the meantime, I'm going to grab another blood bag and we are going to go get some more blood. Nice. I hate the little blood bags. I only carry, what are they, about a litre apiece? Container capacity, 3 litres. I've met people who could see them. I believe they're called astronomy nerds. That would make sense. Astro nerds, high as kites. Being able to see the lines between constellations. All the running around, we have flowers at the back of the base. And that's what I get for not looking around.
Got them.
Yeah, I think that might be slightly overpowered. I can see that turret getting a nerf at some point in the future. Because that just one-shot that poor chick. Fuel cells. Yeah, we'll raid everything up here. Don't need the build tool. Not super in need of metals. But I will be eventually, so... And I do have storage at the base now, so I can put stuff aside. So, yeah, I am kind of in the grab everything point of the game now. Right. Basin south. Oh wait, I don't have... No, Mags, you do not have the repulsor belt yet, so don't go cliff diving just yet. That's bad. The Mentat is OP. Yeah, I started as a trooper in the first round and then realized the first character I played, and then realized the trooper trainer is right in Griffin, right next door. So I should have started as something else. And I've trained him since into Planetologist and Blade Master. But I wanted to try the Mentat. And yeah, the Mentat is my first opinions. Mentat is OP. I do still love the Trooper though. The mobility on the Trooper. The mobility on the Trooper with the 0G training and the grappling hook is amazing to get around with. It's borderline mandatory to pick up the Trooper training and have Trooper available. So Trooper's pretty good too, and it's all about that mobility. Not finding much here, okay. Get up on top and see what's around. Got a decent supply of copper on top of this area. Very decent supply. Alright, so... Granite stone. Get rid of that personal marker. We do have the path uphill. We can probably go do that. Or, actually, no, we should probably go and get high. Yeah, let's go and get high and get that done just so we can activate the next part of the quest. That is indeed broken, makes traversal easy as fuck, especially with the gravity belt thingies. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it's broken. It doesn't really give you much of an advantage in terms of content. It just makes it easier to move around the verticality in the game. Although, actually, no, thinking about it, it absolutely... I was zipping around at level 40 with some of the epic gear that I've managed to pick up. I am zipping around the inside of enemy bases like friggin' Spider-Man, throwing grenades up people's asses. So, that's not entirely true. I can only imagine how much worse it is when you can zip up to a platform, drop a turret as a mentat, and then just dive off the edge. And that's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Just hook, press space twice, and glide for 50 meters. Oh, don't forget to press Alt to do your 0G dash as well, and you can get an extra bit in there too. It takes away an aspect of routing through the clips, RP if you will. Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Someone's here.
Oh, hi. Here. Meet my friend. Yeah, that is getting nerfed. That is so much worse than the grappling hook. That is absolutely getting nerfed. Why the hell didn't I start as a mentat? Yep, I've got that. Alright, we will have to go back and dump all this blood off in a moment, and then I'll have to have another big drink, and then we can do the run towards getting high. I'll have a quick nip up of these flowers first. Once we've gone up there, we'll be able to go up there and we'll clean out what's at the top. And start farming the bases for the intel, because I want to collect all the intel and clean everything out before we leave. Because that is useful. Probably unload the bags while I'm at it too. Alright, deposit blood, let's fill the machine. No, we can't fill the machine. We only got half as much as I thought. Copper, put in a scrap. That goes into the other, we'll put that into the other, that goes in there for when we actually build our next gear, our proper gear. Oh, I probably should have thrown that one back as well. Oh well. One in there, and I can get that out of the slot. I don't want them in there, so you don't want to drink the blood if you can avoid it. Getting a Reaper is so good, yes. Reaper, a couple of leader jars. The base that I've got, although I think they've just done a resource distribution, so I'm not sure if it's changed, but the base I've got for my other character, I actually had enough to be able to pull almost 6 or 7 litres of water using the Reaper and a couple of litre jars out the back of the base. It wasn't, I didn't block it off, everybody had access to it, I just had a really convenient path to get onto it. But I'm not sure if that's going to be there, but I've got a 77,000 litre cistern in my other base, so I'm not too concerned about water at this time. No, everything's looking fine there. I won't make anything yet. I will, however, drink. Do I have enough to fully fill up? No. That's alright. That should be enough for me to be able to go get high, then get back. Although we are leaving with the sun up, so I'm a little concerned about the crossing. Those shadows are getting awfully short. Alright, we want to cross. Just put a marker down. It's actually a little easy to get sort of turned off course in the desert, and it doesn't take you much to go a couple of degrees off course, and your crossing becomes a little bit longer, and that exposes you to the risk of the worm. The more time you spend on the sand, the more time Shai Hulud here has a chance to come and munch on you. Let's get in the shade a little bit first. So it's a good habit to place a waypoint on the point that you want to arrive at, so you can run directly towards it. I imagine you'll be extremely happy to get the industrial scythes then. Yeah, the base is going pretty well. Like I've got a couple of epic blood sacks. Get in the shade of the base here. Nice. I got a couple of epic blood sacks, so I think I can carry 15 liters of blood out, and I extract from everybody I kill until the bags are full, and I do a lot of killing. So I've got that going, and I've got a couple of wind stills up on the roof as well, so I've got a bit of moisture generation to keep everything full as is. I haven't had to use the scythes at all in a while. Although, having said that, I am just about to pass into aluminium. And when I get over to aluminium on that character, that's going to chew a lot of water. And somebody's just completely left their base open. This might be one of the bases that's been abandoned. Oh, fair enough. Alright. I see no worm sign. Although, seeing as he's built a base there, yeah, this isn't a worm crossing. Okay. Let's get in the shade for a second. Looks like we have some people here we might have to fight. Not seeing anybody. Oh yeah, that's nice as well, because you're manually taking cover behind. There is a button to switch to left and right shoulder to make it a bit easier to see around blockages and to be able to shoot around quarters while still using the cover without exposing yourself. So that's nice. I wish more third-person perspective games had that option. Go down. Okay, I'm back. Did I miss any deaths? No, no deaths. Me laughing mantically at how broken this class apparently is. I did not realise. Now I'm kind of regretting not taking advantage of it sooner. Alright. Let's get high. Alright, and now we are tripping balls on spice. These sections are essentially puzzle platform rooms that you pick up apart a bit of storyline dialogue and sometimes some new technology from.
Who is it that thinks Ibn Kirtaiba? The weight of a kindly god is a fearful thing. Do you understand, Wally? Our God gave us the burning eyes of Allat and the words of the Kitab al-Ibar. Rest in black shade. Be la kaif.
Alright, so the puzzle here, which almost seems out of place considering you've already had to deal with it in-game. Do not cross the light from the eyes. Hide in the shade. If you stand out in the sun, you die. It almost feels a little bit like a tutorial for having to avoid the sun, but at this point you've been doing it for that long that it's sort of too late for the tutorial. It is a pretty cool visual though.
When we began our wandering, we suffered. Until suffering was a thing we came to know within our souls. Arrakis is suffering. When we found it, we were home.
I screwed that up. I thought I was in cover then. And come on. There we go.
On Harmantep, we were made to suffer. Our children taken and made slaves. They denied us the Hajj. Never to forgive, never to forget.
Timed that well. Ooh. Didn't time that so well. Goes. Go back over. Come back and
The weight of a kindly God is a fearful thing. Did not God give us the burning sun to defy? Suffering leads to defiance.
oh shit.
And where does defiance lead?
And while she's talking, I can't actually move at a decent speed. There we go. Cool.
Ibn Qutayba. Defiance leads to thought. Who is it that thinks? Those who suffer. Remember Harmantep. Bila Kaifa. Ibn Qutayba. Defiance leads to thought. Who is it that thinks?
Those who suffer.
Those who suffer. Remember Harmontep. Bila Kaifa.
Alright, and that is our first spice trip over. I'm curious if my eyes are going to turn blue by the end of this game. That is again the server we're on, North America, Helios Gate, Stetchabar. Yep, the first of many. There's a whole bunch of small spice trips and obviously the major ones following the storyline. Coke addict. Imagine living on a planet full of sand-based coke that was so addictive that if you spent any time living on the planet, you would become addicted to it and be unable to leave. That's this planet. Nobody who spends any amount of time on Arrakis can actually leave Arrakis without having a constant supply of the spice.
Your signal drifted for a moment. No matter. A thought occurs. When the Sardaukar began their purge, many Fremen were slaughtered. The ones that were not abandoned their caves, leaving valuable resources behind. Valuable resources that just might contain the makings of a still suit. Take what you need. Their ghosts will not object.
Spicing Guild uses so much spice they transform their bodies, yeah, and they're not alone. The Dune universe. I love the Dune universe, but let's be perfectly honest here. The Dune universe is a story of a bunch of drug addicts that got so high that they developed superpowers. And at least it's night out, so we don't have to play dodge the sun here. Alright, so they want us to go and find moisture-sealed caves, which we've actually already done, but we can do a couple more. There's some back here. 2 scavenger camps. And I do want to do Keyhole Rock, so let's go do Keyhole Rock while we're at it. Since we're already at this end of the world. Wait, is that also taken by 40k lore? Yes! Yeah, 40k's entire backbone is built on the Dune universe. Well, actually, all science fiction. But it heavily stole from Dune. The Butlerian Jihad is the rise of the Men of Iron. The whole Spacing Guild is the Navigators faction from 40k. The whole concept of needing to using substance to be able to get a vision in order to be able to travel faster than light. They stole that concept. They took so much. I was actually talking to Arch about this the other day on one of his streams. They stole.
There's someone here.
Hello. Actually, I can't really say stole with the way Games Workshop's getting litigious these days. Aggressively borrowed so much from the Dune universe that you could almost put the Dune universe in its entirety into Warhammer 40k. Oh shit. Yeah, that turret is just broken. The Dune universe takes place between 10 and 20,000 years in the future. 40k is obviously 40,000 years in the future, with the Horus Heresy taking place at around 30k. So if you were to imagine the Dune universe taking place in the 40k timeline, not long after the rise of the Men of Iron, and them referring to the Men of Iron as the Butlerian Jihad, this universe would almost fit within the timeline of 40k without actually breaking continuity. That's how much they took or borrowed from Dune. Don't get me wrong, I still love 40k, but call a spade, that's what happened. That's what they did. If it was science fiction, they yoinked some science fiction and it existed in the early 1980s, early to mid 1980s. Some of it or all of it was yoinked and put into the 40k universe. Oh, we got the big chest. What is in the big chest? Oh, we have a sandbike engine. It's only a Mark 1 though. It's a shame. Bullets. We like bullets or darts. And there is our intel. Some more power cells for a generator. Not that I'm going to use them for that. 5 days is more than enough. I don't expect we'll be here for too long. I'm actually going to stockpile those because I'll need them later for industrial lubricants. Although I don't expect we'll see that tech tonight. At least not on this character. Yes, somebody is here. Where are you? There you are. Hello, Bloodsack. Thank you for your sacrifice.
I'm coming for you, scum.
Oh, very nice. Oh no, the poison doesn't affect me. Okay. I was thinking then, the poison doesn't affect me, so I can pop that poison and then hide in it? No, it's just very weak. But it does affect me. Okay, so probably shouldn't do that. Need cells for the vehicle. Yeah, we do. I've got a pack back there, but we shouldn't need that much. With what I've already got, that the piece that I managed to loot. I'll skip that scavenger camp. I need a sealed cave. Just so I can complete the next mission. I've already got micro sandwich fabric and any EMF generators. I need those to build this first still suit. That's why I was looting those caves before. The one near our base might have reset by now, so we can check that one. Where are we at? I want to go further over before I cross. This game bodies very much equals water. Yes. Humans are not only an enemy that you fight, they are a resource that you gather. In many ways, you're playing an aggressive sand vampire. Come on, we can get across. Yeah, I got the pathing wrong, and that crossing was a little bit longer. But that's alright. Yes, the blood of your enemies is the most common resource that you will use.
Identify yourself.
Well, the most common way that you'll use for gathering... God, I need a better gun. For gathering liquid. I have a better gun. Have that one.
Attack!
And to think, the main reason I took the Mentat wasn't the turret. I found the turret was going to be a curiosity. It was the fact that the tree has bonuses for range combat, so it synergizes really well with the trooper, and I enjoyed playing the trooper. I did not know how good that turret was going to be. I will need more metal. No, I don't want to build. I keep pressing wrong buttons. One, and we'll grab this one as well. I really do like how the way gathering works in this as well. Like, it's much faster and much more interesting than to just hit it repetitively with a pickaxe or a hammer or whatever your particular game's gathering tool is until the resources fall out. We'll go around the back and see if the tent is sealed up. You can usually tell when the sealed caves have reset because the cave seal that you've got to cut through to get inside has respawned. Although fairly regularly you will go into them. You will cut them and you'll find that there's nobody inside. The respawn times can be a little iffy. Yeah, that has not respawned yet. I don't want to have to dick around finding another one just yet. I want to get on to the next quest. So I'll see whether or not if I grab the stuff that I've got in inventory out, whether or not that's enough to trigger the quest. Man moving around without vehicles is such a pain in this game. Yet this is why I'm trying to get through these quests. I want to get up to the quest for the sand bike. I can unlock it now, but I can't remember if there's any parts that I need from quests before I can build it. Yes, that will allow me to trigger the next quest. Cool, because I've already raided caves. So why it's sorting me out. I think that's a research, not a part. Yes, it's a research schematic. Alright, so a lot of the epic loot, I should probably show this, a lot of the epic loot that you'll find as a reward comes in two varieties. You can find stuff that's already pre-made, but it'll often be banged up and used. So its durability will be degraded, some of it will need to be repaired. You can repair it and use it, but it won't last as long. The other one is you get research schematics, which is what we've got here. Once you learn these, you can then manufacture one of that item at full health, and you have the ability to repair it in your repair stations, once you have repair stations built. You can also sell these. There is a marketplace in Arakeen that you can travel to, and you can sell items like you would in any MMO on a storehouse type thing. So I'm going to learn that one, and it's simple as that. Now, if I go through the crafting menus, actually, I'll have to go over to this one. You've got this one at the end with the stars. This is all of the epic plans, or the named plan schematics that you know. And they stack up and store down here at the end. Can you make the still suit yet? Not yet. That's what I'm working towards now. I do know that's related to a quest. I might be able to... I've already unlocked it. Yeah, I might be able to just cheese it. And when it gets up to the quest for me, it'll already be on and equipped. Yeah, I'll be able to do that. Yes, I can just manufacture it. Yeah, once that quest comes up, it'll just automatically pass because I've already got it, made it, and equipped it. Hopefully it won't ask me to make a second suit. While I'm at it. Drink. Oh, we didn't have enough blood on board for full moisture. That's alright, just means I've got to go farming more. This is annoying, you have a head start on me in this game. Dude, you want to see my other game. I think the game goes live today. Yes, it is currently 11:35. I believe the game goes live, at least in Australia, in about 25 minutes. So... it's alright, I'm playing 2 characters, Dead Meat. You'll be able to catch up. It's only a head start if he doesn't invite you to Party Guild. It's not hard to level up, and if you change servers, you have to start over. Yeah. I should have 2 characters, I believe. The other character should be on the other server. I think. God, I hope not. Otherwise, my character's just disappeared on the other server, and that'll be kind of annoying. So I'm playing with some people on that server as well. Oh, I hope I didn't just ruin that. We'll find out. Let's get all this unloaded. I know how you play. I'll be playing catch up forever. No, ideally I'll be playing the other character as well. So you'll be able to catch up when I'm playing the other character. And I do have other things to do with my time as well, so... I'm happy to hang around and wait between streams for you to get there. Or come back and help you out and make sure you can level faster. Right. Yeah, drink from catch pocket. Yep, we just press F to do that. So with the still suit on, you can see the water in the bottom left-hand corner. That's your water bar. And you'll see that there's now a thin bar next to it. That's your still suit catch pocket. So as you burn through water, the catch pocket will fill up. You lose water faster than you gain it in the catch pocket. And then you can drink out of the catch pocket to top yourself back up. It won't allow you to stay in the desert indefinitely. It will help for a while, though. It will extend your time out. You also lose a little bit less water with the still suit on than you will with regular clothing. Alright, so I need copper ore and to salvage metal. Now, I've probably already got enough of both sitting in there, but I do want to gather more, so we will go out and do that. And we have a good supply of both around here, so I don't have to stress too much. So hopefully this will be the lead up to them getting me the fight. And that has resealed. Shit. Get behind the box. Yeah, we must have passed through here just before it respawned. Ammo. Yeah, none of the other stuff in here respawned though, it was just those 2. I'll cut the other pocket just so anybody coming through the other side knows that this one's already been cleaned out. Now, let's go up there. Actually, let's, before the sun gets too bad, get up here. We can get the copper that's on the roof. Oh shit. That was glitchy. Yeah, so OP.
What?
Oh, she's over there.
Kill them all!
Although, to be fair, at this level, it's a lot more hands-off, but it's not that much more effective than it was with my trooper just running through, because normally what I would do with the trooper is cut the seal on the cave and then just toss a hand grenade straight in and then step back, and the hand grenade would almost guaranteed one shot at least one, if not everybody inside of the cave. So I have a feeling though that the turret is going to get increasingly more powerful as time goes on. The grenades do start to suffer a little bit once you start encountering people with shields. Right. We do need more metal. Hide from the sun while mining rock. The trooper is really nasty in combat. The primary weapon I've got at the moment, which is a heavy dart rifle, it's one of the epic ones, name one, called the Tapper. It's a high damage, heavy dart, single shot, like semi-auto rifle, but it's got explosive darts as well. So you can, even at level 40, most of the stuff that's at my level, I'm 1 or 2 tapping with the rifle. And then you're tossing grenades in as well. The game's... having power to do things is not something this game has problems with. This turret really does seem to be geared towards making low-level stuff pretty easy, though. Let's have a look at our skills. What have we got? We have some stuff unlocked. Garment Keeper. You're able to spot the flaws in any garment and see where it is most likely to tear first. This allows you to reinforce it, preventing wear and tear. Your garments maintain their durability for longer. That will be useful. How many points do I have? 4. Range damage. You use your considerable mentat powers to calculate the most impactful trajectories for your darts, increasing the damage with all ranged weapons. 3%. Yeah, we'll take that. I have no doubt that gets high. Poison Mine. You can place a remotely triggered mine that once triggered. Now, I won't spend the points on that one until I have to. Headshot damage. It sounds good, but Trooper has an ability where you decrease the amount of damage you can do in a headshot, but you increase the overall damage done by just hitting them anywhere. And with how finicky some of the shooting can get, especially with my ping, the Trooper ability is probably more useful. And I think they'll counteract one another, so they'd be a waste of points. Gravity Mine. Solido Decoy. You have a miniature Solido projector. The projector rear perfect image of yourself. Yeah, I'm not super interested in those. Pistol damage. That will be useful. 5% bonus to pistol damage while I'm stuck using the Mauler pistol. And we have 5% on rifles. Yeah, I'll keep the rest of my points for the moment. I won't spend them until I've got the stuff that's appropriate for them. Yeah, well, my thought was, what you're seeing there, this is the reason why I chose the Mentat this time around, is these abilities here for increasing the damage, particularly with rifles, that stacks up to like 25% with 3 points in, I think. And then you've got a general range damage, which stacks with those. And these stack with the damage bonuses that Trooper gets for its increasing the damage on its own weapons. And since you can pick up Trooper at the starting quest hub, the two synergize perfectly. I can take these abilities here, then stack everything into the Trooper abilities, and nearly stack up a 50% damage bonus on any weapon that I've got. So yeah, that will work nice. And then the rest of the stuff I was going to pick up Planetologist as a third skill tree and use that, because that's got a lot of bonuses for vehicle repair, maintenance, exploration, resource gathering, and that kind of stuff. So it's really good for people like me who spend insane amounts of time building and decorating homes that only really exist to serve a basic purpose within the game, but I like to make look good. I've got a thing for that, leave me alone. Alright, we need more metal. We need more metal. Some loose bits out here. I need some more good packs. Metal blocks, something that I can cut into. Shrapnel around this wreck. Have you sought out help for this building problem? No, I just like that. I've always liked it. Anything that I can build in. It's why I like playing around with Minecraft every now and again. It's why I like survival games in general. Just tinkering around building buildings. It's relaxing. Shit, outside of the stupid political crap that they put into it every now, or with all the recent ones, I like playing The Sims of all things for exactly the same reason. You know, throw on an audio book, make a coffee, sit back and just build a house. It's relaxing. There's no stress to it. You can just sort of zone out. And that should be enough. Oh, hi. Here we go. There we go. We've got enough now. Take this one. Return to your base, drink water from the blood purifier. Yeah, I will do that in a moment. I want to get some more blood into the blood purifier, though. My bags be... Yeah, I need 3. I need to kill 3 more people. At least. Imperial testing station number 2. I do not want to do this just yet. Oh, I could probably do it. With the turret, I could probably do it. But I'll save it until after we do the run to the hub, because there's actually a mission to go here. There has to be a watchtower or something around here. It's not too bad for a box. At least they were kind enough to build it vertical so they didn't block the cliff face for transit. I swear the other server that I'm on, people building giant walls blocking off transport paths is a pain in the ass. Like, dude, you don't have to do it in this game. The resources respawn really fast. And there's a lot of them. And they're going to reset them once every 7 days anyway. So, you know, if you want to build your base there, build it there. But put some stilts down first and elevate the base so people can drive under it or something. Anything. Yeah, a little bit of basic courtesy. Nope. Maybe I didn't build this base in a particularly good spot. There's nobody around here to kill. They need to do something about people blocking pathways. Yeah, well, they kind of have. That's the people block pathways to try and restrict access to certain resources so they can control the resources. But once every 7 days, you get a Corolla storm, which resets, or at least it's meant to, reset all the resource node spawns on this map. So every 7 days, the resources go somewhere else. So you can't really build a base long term to actually control the resources. It's just people are still dickish. And unfortunately, that's not something you can really do. I suppose they could have Shai Hulud take a whole bunch of new paths, maybe little Shai Huluds, because a lot of them have to build on the sand where the worms don't show up. Gotcha. That's 2 water bags. Yeah, a lot of them have to build across the sands that aren't worm infested, the safe sands. So maybe if they put smaller makers in, smaller worms in, that could wander around those sections, and just anybody who gets onto the lighter sands that aren't specifically part of the rock outcroppings could potentially have their bases smashed up. That might help. But really, it's just the unfortunate part about any kind of online game like this. Unless you're on a completely private server where you know everybody and you interact with everybody, people will be dicks. There's no way to avoid it. There will be people that will be dicks just because they can be dicks. And if they can block up a path, even if it's just to inconvenience you a little bit, they'll absolutely do it just because it inconveniences you. That's all we need to do, is just, you know, try and convince people you don't have to be a dick. You know? I've seen a couple of people that have done exactly what I've suggested. They've built bases, but they've elevated them. They've used the pillar constructs, made the base, like they've still built the box, but the box is 2 stories up and has a very clear path underneath for people to drive through. That's perfectly fine. Do that. That's kind of cool. Building bases that are also sort of like elevated bridgeways. Alright, let's fill you up. And it looks like the still's nice and full as well. Or was, down to half now, but that's alright. We've got a load of blood in it to fill up more. We already have equipped the scavenger still suit. Alright, I will unequip the scavenger still suit. And then I will equip.
Impressive, Warthog.
There we go.
Just remember, if you didn't connect the tubes between the calves and the thigh pads just right, you'll be drinking your own liquefied feces. And that does not count as hydration, by the way. I have good news, Offworlder. My leg has recovered enough that I will risk it to move forward. I know a place in your sector where we can meet. Craft a survey device so you can figure out how to get there and join me.
Yeah, there we go. But yeah, just baby worms, like small 10-meter worms that can get into the smaller areas. You could even put an extra mechanic around them. That might be a really good trick. That would most certainly solve the problem, because if people can't build across those safe sands, you can't build blockages, because their safe sands are almost always the highways between the rock. And it would be really funny. Let's be perfectly honest. Somebody spent lots of time building an elaborate base that's blocking up a major thoroughfare, and they're using the safe sands, and then suddenly they introduce small makers, like 10-meter makers, that go through and just smash the core out of the base. It would be funny. Lessons would be learnt. I have no doubt that those people would complain, and I would laugh. Yeah, really need to get rid of that. Get that recycler so I can get rid of the rest of this junk. There. Why on up those batteries stacked? Alright, 433 on scrap, so that's okay. Still doing good now after 2,000. Alright, research small ore refinery. Cool, we need that. Now we can start getting some of our copper under doing things. While we're at it, we'll also get the chemical refinery up as well, because we've got the points for that. So we'll research both, because it's going to ask for them. Oh, that's right, I unequipped it. Alright, refinery. So we want a small ore refinery. About there, that'll do. And straight away, let's craft the maximum amount of copper ingots that we possibly can. We need the surveying kit. That would be in that equipment. Alright, this is a really cool mechanic. Alright, so to uncover the map, they've sort of done a an Ubisoft style. You've got to get to the high places on the map and uncover the map from there. But you can pick where it is. You take the survey launcher, which we're going to have to manufacture. We're just going to wait for the copper to be refined. And you build a probe, and then you use the climbing mechanics to get up the top of one of these spires. And providing you're above a certain height, you can then fire the probe in the air, and you can uncover the map surrounding your area. And you have to do this all over the map. So I like it. It's a little hairy the first time you go up, because we still don't have the repulsor belt. So if I fall off, I die. And I don't have a grappling hook this time either, so that's actually a little bit more concerning now that I think about it. But yeah. Care Bears always whine. How do you rotate? Press Alt. Press Alt and then scroll the mouse wheel. So if I load it up here, construction tool, you see it on the right hand side. So you got rotate, hold out, scroll. You can also adjust height. And if you just left click once, it places the projection. So that's the semi-transparent part, but it doesn't actually build it, so you can make sure it's sitting exactly where you want it to, and then you got to press and hold to actually fill it and build it. And this goes for everything that you construct in the game. So you can be really careful and play around placing stuff exactly how you want it placed, and you can be as casual about building as you want, or you can be as anal as you want. So that's up to you. It depends on how you like to build in survival games. But the mechanics themselves are good. Very similar or nearly identical to the mechanics in Conan. Because, yeah, that's where they've taken these from. My biggest complaint so far is that I don't have access to enough parts. There's some particular shapes I wanted to build into my other base, and will still want to build with bases on this server that I just don't have the parts available to be able to build. Particular angled components. And use hold R to rotate. Okay, yeah, it depends on how you've got your buttons bound. The default bindings are just hold out. So, yeah, hold out and roll, but you can have it bound to whatever you want. Like everything else, everything is customizable in terms of the key bindings. Alright. Now, we should have enough parts by now, so we build the probe launcher and the probe. You know what this place is missing? An aquarium. Quick, steal one from Subnautica. You know, it's funny that you mentioned that. You don't get an aquarium, but I've got a terrarium that I can build. Can I build it now, actually? That one there. Terrarium of Modib. It's got one of the little sand mouse in it. Yeah, I have the mouse one.
Did you get a probe made? Good. Static discharge from the sandstorms makes map data extremely unreliable on Arrakis. But if you can get it high enough, a handheld probe can gather enough local data to give you a snapshot of the region. Climb somewhere high and fire off the probe. Just don't let the Sardaukar spot you.
Let's put the binoculars away. I barely ever use them. I'll leave them in the inventory for the moment, but I barely ever use them. Alright, let's do some climbing. We'll load this up before we go. We are loaded. Cool. Now, got no grappling hook to help me along here, so I'm going to have to pick my spots. First things first. Turret, do your thing. Thank you. That's never going to get old. Cool. Now she's out of the way. I think we'll climb up here and then go up there. I did, talking to Arch the other day, I have decided they do need to put in parts for a swimming pool. Specifically for anybody who wants to play as a Harkonnen. Or wants to side with the Harkonnens in the game. That would be completely within the Harkonnen style of living on Arrakis. Water is everything. People are dying of not having enough of it, and constantly fighting for it, and the Harkonnens have a swimming pool. Like, you know that would be a thing, so yes. And that's not going to be high enough. We're going to have to go to that one. A swimming pool in Dune, that's so evil. Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? For a Harkonnen, if you want to side with them, that would be perfect. Having a swimming pool in the middle of your base. Well, they're a trout, sand trout, not actually a fish. No, they're something quite different. I don't know why I'm trying to be cryptic about something that's in a science fiction that's older than I am. I'm pretty sure everybody who's into Dune knows exactly what the sound trout are. Can you put the sand trouts on your skin and make armor? I have not found a sand trout yet. I don't know if they're in the game. It would be really cool if they are. It would be really cool if you could. Although, I think taking the first steps to becoming the great Emperor Tyrant might be a little OP in the endgame. Yeah, running around and bouncing like Superman with the ability to toss tanks might be a touch much. And I'm gonna fall... Nope. Oh. Okay, that could have been worse. That could have been worse. Yeah, this should be high enough. Oh, don't go jumping off the side. Yeah, that should definitely be enough. Hey, Shai Hulud. Alright. That is a... That's not Sardaukar. That one is Spacer's Guild mercenaries, I believe. If you get caught in their spotlight, they drop a whole bunch of elite troops on top of you and you've got to fight them or die or run away. And they're out every night and day, floating around the desert, just to make things a little bit harder.
Very good. I'm going to the Griffin's Reach trade post. Come and find me there.
There we go.
Just remember to be careful crossing the sands. Move from rocky ground to rocky ground. Learn how far you can move on sand before the worm comes. And remember, Look both ways before you cross the desert.
See, we've already had to do all of that, so that's a little bit too late. I'm more concerned about getting down from here. This trick in doing it with the trooper before you've got the repulsor belt, well, this might not be a good spot, is you jump over the edge and then you grapple yourself back on. Oh, shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop there, get the stamina back. Man, you really need the suspension. Yeah, I do. I'm waiting. That's alright. I think we're gonna be good. But I'm really, really, really looking forward to getting that suspensor belt. And once I'm up there, the first thing I'm going to do is speak to the trainer. I don't know... It's alright, we didn't die.
Oh, I think I see a well magged.
I think I see a Vox. How you doing, dude?
I will fucking find you, dude. Yeah. No, considering the amount of trouble that you went to getting down, I'm gonna do you a favor. Nope, shit, wrong button.
Obi and Kenobi? Really? Yeah, I'll join a party with you. Thank you. Shit, how does the trade work in this? I've never actually done the trade. Okay, that's all. Just press space. Cool. Alright, perfect. Now that's already equipped. So now if I fall off something high, that makes me float down and not die. That'll, disappoint. There we go. Disappoint dead meat to no end. I'm not far off getting access to them anyway, so this wasn't a, it's not a huge leap forward. I'll be making them probably within the next 10 minutes or so. Probably once I've done once I've gone over and spoken to the guy at the outpost. I get a whole bunch of new gear unlocked, and that should send me to the research labs, I believe. Alright, deposit the little bit of blood that I've got. There you go, Vox. Dead meat's upset with you now. Right, now we have to cross the sands. So that's Griffin's Reach trade post. We want to... Well, we can approach it straight from the side. So, really, it doesn't matter. So we can climb a section of it there, although it might be easy to run around the front. So I think there's some people around here we might be able to kill. Well, we're going to be exposed to the sun. I assume you've built somewhere near my base anyway, Vox. So you should be able to find me now. We should be partied up too. Yeah, alright, I'll get in Discord in a second, Vox. Let me get to the outpost first. Oh yeah, so the game, everybody also has proximity chat, so while we can jump on Discord, which I will in a moment, so we can chat to Vox and have him on while we're working together through this. And anybody else who wants to join on this on server as well.
It seems my fame precedes me even here, at the arse end of the Haga Basin. Your Emperor's lackey, Count Fenring, has put an obscene bounty on my head. And while I'm flattered to be his great boogeyman, the added attention is making life complicated. Take a look around. There's a contract on the board that might interest you. But be careful. Civilized men are not to be trusted.
Okay, there we go. Now we stop talking. The game also has an inbuilt proximity chat, so you can chat to anybody. Just press V and talk to them. And like every game, you can turn it off. Although this is one of the ones where it's probably useful to leave it on. Alright, so this is our trade hub, or our mission hub. So we have a Harkonnen group here. And the... Is this the Atreides dude? No.
Look at the way you stand. No discipline, no confidence.
No, this is the trainer.
I've killed 1,000 like you on the battlefield. Well, a little respect with some good sense in the proportion. There's something here I can work with. But don't despair. Salvation is at hand. I can show you how to fight. I can teach you how to kill. And it will only cost you a little pain.
Want to learn from you?
Then listen closely. During the Battle of Arrakeen, I was drugged and kept out of it by a group of conspirators. For the sake of my honor, I have spent the last 8 years tracking down and destroying them, one by one. Who knows how the Battle of Arrakeen would have turned out if I hadn't been kept away. And now, I have reason to believe the conspirators are nearby. Track them down, kill them. My thirst for vengeance has been slaked by 1,000 flasks of cheap beer, but it is still my price for training. Do this for me, and I'll set your feet on the path of the trooper.
Cool. Alright, so, basic quest. We're going to go somewhere, we're going to kill everybody there, we're going to steal all their stuff, we're going to steal all their water, and as a reward for doing that, we're going to come back here and he's going to teach us how to kill even better so we can do it some more. Nice. Alright, we got a couple of quests here that we can do in the area. Bounty, Zentara's Head. Zentara the Outlaw has murdered and terrorized bondsmen of Arrakis for too long. Bring me his head and 1 million Solaris are yours. $1 million Solaris are yours. Okay. Copper required. Deliver 40 copper to Griffin's Reach trade post. Alright, that's simple, just go gather. Now.
Hey, stop. I know the face of every sand-sucking bandit, scavenger, and merc from here to Harko, and I don't recognize you. So perhaps you'll give us the courtesy of who you are? And while you're at it, why our airspace is crawling with Sadukar? Not a talker, eh? Well, the rules at Griffin's Reach are simple. You pay up front and don't cause trouble, or we'll toss you into the storms. Good? Name's Mir. I do the trading and the talking. My silent partner here does the fighting. And there's a contract board in the corner if you need work.
Alright, here to trade. Alright, we want that leader John for a water container. How much do we have? 2,100. Is there anything else that's important here? Not really, other than the standard building parts, which are 2,000, which I won't bother getting yet. I'll collect them before I leave, once I've got a bit more money saved up. Because it has goods to sell if you have the coin, or scuba. Yep, it's just a thingy to tell me. Nothing there. That one. And that is our ornithopter pilot that we can use for basically fast traveling. Cool. So, we can research that schematic and I can make that back in the base. 19 research points. We want to save those 3 skill points because I want to use them on Trooper once we've got it unlocked. There's nothing else for me urgently to pick up except possibly rifle damage, and that depends on whether or not I get access to the rifles soon, which I could. I've got 18 intel. Scavenger rags. Yeah, I'm going to pick up the Karpov. That's a good gun. I like the Karpov. And we might as well get a better knife as well. Makeshift clothing 2. Yeah, we'll get those scavenger rags unlocked too, so that clears that section. The leader John is locked until we've spent enough intel, which we should have just about done. The upgraded Mauler pistol. Nothing else urgent except the sandbike parts, which we will also grab now. And I want... No, we don't want the backup seat. I want that one, the inventory. We'll need that before we go. But that wants... I think we're just going to progress more through the game. Alright, we'll go back, we'll make ourselves a new gun, we'll make ourselves a new knife, and we'll see about what we need to make ourselves a new bike. Oh, that is so much easier. Most of the early armors are pretty crappy, but you know, you've sort of got to unlock them to move on to the next section. My pussycat is meowing at the door for him to come in. I guess everybody else has gone to bed and she's cold, so I will quickly open the door and let her in just a moment. Once I'm inside the water-sealed space, 2 seconds. Come on, Oz. Where are you? Come on. Come on. No meowing. Come on. Stop being a cat standing in the door. Just come inside. Come on. You can sit on my lap while I'm playing this game. There. Sorry about that. Right. Let's make some weapons. We need weapons. Alright, so Karpov 38. We need mechanical parts. We don't have them. I also need plasteel microflora fiber for the knife. So we gotta raid the shipwreck. That's alright. We can do the shipwreck. And what do we need for the bike? Get the welding torch and the welding wire. Servox, which will be in the Imperial Testing Station, which I believe we may have just picked up a quest to go to. Spiced infused copper. Yeah, it'll be in one of those 2 as well. Vox, apology not accepted until you pet the cat. I'm already petting the cat. The cat's sitting up with its head resting against my chest on one of my legs at the moment. I'm patting the back of the head while I was reading through that. Alright, so we need to go raid some stuff before we can do anything. All blood's done. We got enough water, I won't. I suppose we can drink to top up. You might even hear her purring here at the moment because she's currently nudging the microphone or the bottom of the shock mount. Yes, there's a shock mount there. Yes, I know. It's in your space. Deal with it. We will unload the rest of the materials we have, and then I will start raiding a couple of bases. I think we'll be fine with this turret and how much damage it puts out. Going through the early bases should not be a problem. I didn't have a problem doing it as trooper. Yeah, let's get rid of the binoculars. They're just filling up a slot, and I'm never going to use them. Yes, Ars, you're nudging the microphone. It's a good pussycat. Alright. Actually, before we step outside, I should probably read those quest details a little bit better so I can see exactly where we got to go. Right. So, journey, missions. Alright, so Trooper Basics. The Proving Grounds. Kill Atto, Kiev Stand, kill Thompson Simmer Tunnel, HOA's Cavern. Alright, so we've got to go to 3 different locations and kill 3 different people. That's fair. Kill Xantara. That one I've never seen. I haven't seen that quest before. 1,000,000 Solari seems a bit much, I think. So I'm guessing there's more to that. That doesn't seem right. But we will definitely have a look at that. And scrap metal is just get some more copper. So we'll have to dig up a little bit of copper and take it back there. We can do that while we're doing the other missions. So first objective. We do have to go here though, because I do want a gun. And we do want to go to Breaker Station on the way through. There we go. So that's one of the places for Proving Grounds. We want to go there. And that's the only one it's marked. So we're not going to get the rest of them marked. Alright, so we'll make our way. We'll make our way and we will raid. I won't pick up the copper yet. We can get 40 copper pretty easily right before we go into the... go back to the base there. But we'll raid both the crashed shipwreck and we'll do the intel point on the way through. Kinda wish I had the rifle.
What's that? Where's my reinforcement?
Oh shit, what am I stuck on? I actually got stuck on my own turret then. Sometimes, unless you're standing in exactly the right point, the blood extractor will not trigger. It's odd. It should. It's marked like it should, but it just won't. Ars, will you stop knocking my microphone around? Lie down, go sleep. Actually, I should probably quickly jump over into Discord as well, otherwise I'm going to get yelled at in chat. There we go, Vox. I'm here now.
There you are, finally.
Yeah, I was getting there. Getting there. Game is available to play, but I'm going to bed. I'll play tomorrow. That's fair enough, Deadmeat. Right, we'll do testing station area, I think, a bit later.
You have to hit the crush ship first.
Yeah, I'm going to hit that. Yeah, I'm going to hit that first. The shipwrecks. Yeah, the shipwrecks got a lot of NPCs. Yeah, it's good for blood extraction. I wish I grabbed a few more blood bags now that I'm thinking about it. But the other thing it's good for, it's got all the parts to make the guns, and you can regularly find both standard and upgraded versions of the weapons inside of them. So shipwreck is great. The shipwrecks, as again for everybody in chat, the shipwrecks sort of function like dungeons. If you think as a traditional fantasy game, you have dungeons you go into to do a run. That's sort of what they're about. Right, it's up here. It'd be this base here, I reckon.
Someone here.
Oh yeah, you're not.
Sorry, what was that?
Nah, come to Steve.
There.
Not anymore.
Oh, that's a Vox over there.
Who's that? I'm coming. Where's my wheel?
So I take it you're a blade dancer?
Yes, I am. This is my third character doing it, and it hasn't lost its charm at all.
Huh.
And I do stress that at all.
And I'm going to turn you up just a touch there, Vox. You're actually really quiet, so I will fix that. Try that now.
How about now?
That's much better.
Hear me? Well,
yep, that's
awesome.
much better.
As I was saying, this is my third character playing the blade dancer kind of deal, and it's still fun as the first moment.
Shields up.
Yeah, I can see that. It was my alternate. I've seen a lot of complaints about the melee combat in this. I don't think it's that bad, to be honest.
Oh. I definitely do not understand the complaints at all, either. I just fly knee first, then do a Beyblade spin and roll the dice. Blood.
Oh, no compatible containers. That's why I'm not pulling any blood. We're already full. There it is. There's the intel. Alright, intel cleared. Now we'll go over and hit up. That on the way past. And yeah, we'll go hit the ship. Oh, there it is. That's a big treasure chest.
I'm gonna drop by my base and drop some things.
Yep. Fair, fair.
Come here if you need me.
Alright, so we want to cross straight. That way and back, and that's the ship over there. Spaces Guild Mercenaries.
Who's there? I'm coming for you, scum.
Alright. Somebody's got the elevator base design going. Right, there is the shit. Yeah, loot, loot, loot. Yep, that's what we're up to now. I want all the loots from in here because this will allow me to make the better armor. It'll let me make the leader John. It'll let me make the...
Long story short, it's gonna help you build everything.
Who's that?
I'm not sure who that was that just popped up behind me. That's going to be so much easier once I've got the grappling hook. Grapple into the middle of an area, drop a turret, and then just bolt out. Nothing out. Not sure who this is, but we can give him a hand on the way through. Nothing's better for the community than murdering together. Alright, so this is what remains of the bridge of the ship.
Mayday, Mayday. This is Ensign Meredith commanding Alcyon. Lieutenant Ligers is down. The convoy is under sustained attack. They knew where we'd be. We've lost contact with the group leader, Kytheria.
My God! Look at them all! It's Horizon to Horizon jet fighters out there!
Belay that chatter! We have sustained several direct hits, and we're losing trim badly. We're going to try to set her down. Our emergency transponder is active. Godspeed, everyone.
That voice
you guys
acting
missed
was
a spot downstairs.
Identify yourself.
Hello. Murdering takes priority over the looting.
Yeah, we can loot it all after we've murdered everyone. It's alright. Bullets. Pretty stingy with the gear drops in here so far. Ah, wrong button. Identification band. Ooh. Calef's drinker. We'll make that. And that is our exit out, so we can quickly drop back downstairs, make sure I cleared everything. Treasure room. And there was a knife in there that we can use in the interim until we build the nice new purple one we found. It's actually the one we were going to make, and that's the upgraded version of it. Oh, very nice. Quickly loop back around, we'll exit out the top. Don't think it makes a difference, but that's the way the game wants you to kind of do it, so we'll do it.
Technically, you didn't even have to take the front way in. You could just use the hole and get into the back, do your thing, and get out near instantly. There's no linear pathing in the game. As long as there's an entrance, you can just hop in and do whatever you want most of the times.
Yeah, I noticed that with one of the ships in the next area up. There's a really cool run you can do earlier on until you've got the buggy to... Oh, show you loot on the surface over there. The sandworm will occasionally just... It won't be just a dust cloud. It'll actually come up. It'll look around. It'll go through. It's not just a dust effect. It'll actually pop up and do things. Particularly when it's agitated, which is nice. Hey, the most? Oh, thanks, mate. Doing pretty well. Surprised we haven't seen any spice bursts so far. You normally see them from here.
Someone's here.
Any designs on sandworm riding in the future? I don't know if they're going to put that in.
I see someone. Found you.
It would be cool, but I don't know if they're going to add it in. And it's not really how they're using the worm in this game. They're using the worm as a mass environmental hazard and a way of sort of keeping everything honest. But it's possible. The key thing is, in this particular, as I said at the start of the stream, the way this universe fits in is we're inside of a spice-induced fever dream in Paul Atreides' head. In this particular dream, because he was never born, and his mother gave birth to a daughter as the Bene Gesserit wanted, it triggered, you'll hear it mentioned in the audio logs, what's known as the War of Assassins. So Atreides and Harkonnen went into a full-blown war. Basically the war from Emperor Battle of Dune. Essentially, that's what happened. Ooh, some desync there. Some horrible desync there. Yeah, basically the war from Emperor Battle of Dune happened. And everybody got wiped out pretty hard. And the Harkonnens had to come in, the Emperor had to come in and kick everybody's ass. And there's a whole bunch of new rules that have been put into place. But one of the things that occurred out of that, it's that way and up, is the Fremen were largely eradicated from the face of Arrakis. So there's no Fremen. Or very, very, very few Fremen. So yeah, no Fremen means nobody to teach anybody how to ride the worms. Remember, it wasn't in the story of Dune. It wasn't until Paul. It wasn't until around that Paul was on planet that anybody on Arrakis who wasn't Fremen became aware. Caliph's Monument became aware that the Fremen could actually ride the worms. They didn't know. Nobody knew. So in this world, it's entirely possible that they never learned. Right, so he must be...
Probably above it, if you're going for the kill the Atu.
Yeah.
Quest that is.
Yeah, I reckon it's him down here.
From my experience, they tend to be on the moisture shield caverns.
Hi.
The missions here. Oh, that hurt killed them before I even touched down.
Yeah, jumped down, dropped the turret at my feet, and then just ran. That is way too effective.
There he should be.
Yep, there is a cabin.
Place.
God, I need a bigger gun. Whoa, shit.
I got a strange inkling that it wasn't your grenade that did the explosion.
I don't have grenades, so no, that wasn't mine.
Oh, yeah. I imagine how it would... Oh yeah, I see the mines. There are mines around. That was a mine. Allow me to demonstrate.
Alright, next one. Proving grounds. So he's on the other side, so we should probably go back through here. Go on the other side, it'll be easier. That's alright, I dodged most of the explosion. I only copped a little bit of it. So he'll be up and over the wall. So we get up and over the wall. Grappling hook on Q, turret on G, and this should be a lot of fun. Yeah. See, it's down below us. There must be a cave. This looks like it must be on the other side. And then whether I've got the mission or not, I'm doing the testing station because I want the damn bike.
Yeah, I wonder what you wanted. It's not that useful. I have absolutely no idea where you would want it. Something like that.
Huh.
Definitely isn't worth the effort.
You should just jump from the top.
Yes. I have a bike. I don't care. Wait, let me hit him at these ones. There we go. Huh.
That wasn't him.
Apparently so. Oh yeah, the spire's on the other side, not this one.
Ah. Right, so we just randomly killed two dudes for no reason. That's fine. I'll cut this side so everybody knows.
They existed and they have water on them.
Yes,
which
they
use.
existed, that was fine. And there was loot. We took loot. Did you get loot?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
My loot was the happiness of their existence ceasing, so to speak.
Of what? Bumping me across.
I mean, it worked. It helped you, didn't it?
It did.
Oh, mines again.
Yep.
Mines again.
Yep, many mines. Sorry, just run past them. You got clear? You got that, did you?
Yep.
Cool, that's alright. I just realised, hang on, I killed him. Better make sure you actually got the, more mines.
Technically, as long as we're in party, it should count, but
yeah,
I have had it bug out in the past, so
yeah.
not sure.
Well, it's first time actually being partied up with anybody and doing stuff, so I... Two out here.
You're what?
That war was really interesting, huh? Now, the AI in this game, chat, can be really odd. Sometimes the AI actually does shit that's pretty impressive and pretty intelligent. It will get back, it'll regroup, it'll try and flank you, it'll hold up if it's being engaged and it can't beat you. wait till it's got another group and then charge through. Like, the worst combination is when you're facing minigunners with shields later on in the game, and you'll have a couple of melee around. The melee will be losing, they'll back off, team up with the minigunner, and then rush you and try and stun lock you while the minigunner is engaging you at the same time. So it's pretty good. And then occasionally you get the AI just staring at a wall and they let you kill them. So yeah, it's a bit hit and miss. Sometimes it's good, sometimes not so much. Alright, looks like we are going south next, and I'm not going to be able to make that path. I assume you don't have a second seat on that bike? No?
I would be able to attach it if you give me enough time. I can craft the module, I just didn't bother to.
That's alright.
I didn't want to piss... No, I didn't want to piss Dead Meat even more by helping you with a secondary seat. Before you know it, there's a pile of shit on my table and I'm banned from the server or something.
No, it'd be fine. No, it's that's alright. It's just, if there's no second seat, it just means
I can do this though.
Oh. Bumping me across the sand.
Yeah, I was gonna try it again, but I'm gonna wait until the cross. I don't want the vibrations to draw the worm.
Yeah, just gotta pick
I'll
one
do.
path. If I went from the other side, I'd get eaten.
I imagine Dead Meat would definitely want me to do that though.
Dead Meat, oh yeah, but you'd get eaten too. Remember, that bike's not fast enough to outrun the worm if the worm comes up, and if it locks onto you, you'll die.
Yeah.
The worm has no chill.
I am painfully aware of that fact. I have fed many bikes to the worm on my server.
There is camp around
in
here.
fact, if you manage to plant your base next to a sand and one of the buildable distances is in the open desert, where you get the vibration warning.
Yep.
You can even feed the worm. You can just put down a foundation and have it come up constantly and watch it eat it like the fucking water attraction on the ocean world or something. Just diving up through the dunes.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
And eating on demand. It's awesome to watch.
The base I've got builds onto safe sand. It's got a little section of safe sand on it, though I'm trying not to put anything on there because I think it looks sticky. I built into a cliff. I said once we get to the end of this stream, once I've sort of got the bike sorted out, I might jump over. What time is it now? It's 12:38. I'll go for a little bit longer just yet, but then I might flick over to my other game just to show off what you can do with the building there, or what I've managed to do so far. Because that base is a pretty neat example of how I like to build as well. I tend to roleplay a little bit inside of these games, so I don't like building boxes. I also don't like building stuff that's too ridiculous. I like trying to build stuff that looks like it should be part of the world.
Someone lived in.
Yeah, looks like it should be there. And I like building living spaces into it, even though there's no purpose for them existing within the game. So I have a bedroom in my base. It serves absolutely no purpose whatsoever other than to exist. But I've built it in there anyway. And I will build... the only reason I haven't built more rooms into it like that is because I didn't quite build the base large enough to be able to accommodate them the way I've built it. There is a... person.
Opening on the southwest side.
Oh, God, wait, I didn't even see you back there.
Yeah, I'm in a stealth bike, apparently.
No, the person in this cave. I ran in and I didn't even see them. Saw an upside down triangle base.
Apparently.
Upside down triangle could be interesting. But, yeah, not my thing. You know, people can build whatever they like to build, but that's just how I like to play. It's sort of like with the character creation you saw at the start too. I like to roleplay a little bit there. I specifically looked for somebody who had some Asian features for this character because I wanted to base my character as an Ixian. And in the Dune continuity, the Ixians are largely descended from Asian peoples, Chinese and Japanese in particular. They're not all Asian, but the majority of Ixians do have at least some appearance of Asian traits, and so I wanted to have that reflected in my character. If I was going to be Harkonnen, I'd be going for the pale skin and the blacker eyes. I like to make the character look like what I'm trying to play. It's just my thing. When I was playing Subnautica back in the day, I played it like I was a very angry version of Steve Irwin.
Identify yourself.
I think I found him.
Oh, is he up there?
Yeah, he's up here. I think this is him.
Okay. Attempting to come there.
Is that him?
Vertical climb. Oh, no. I won't have enough stamina to get there.
No,
Darn
that
it.
wasn't him. I didn't get a kill for him, so that wasn't him. We must be right on top of him. There must be a cave below us.
There's an entrance here for the cave.
Okay, that must be...
I'm gonna wait for you.
There you go.
I need help.
I'm at the entrance of the cave now. Are you at the entrance of the cave now? Or?
Yes, on the other side.
Okay. Hang on a second, let me sort this out. Turret bro,
Well,
do turret
I
bro
have
hits.
hit them. Oh, is there more than one entry? Jeez.
Yep. Oh shit. I just tried to stab you in the face. I need to fix up my health quickly, so I'm just gonna...
Yeah, so they hear a lot more than expected.
Yeah. And my turret's actually on cooldown at the moment.
If you manage to hit them at least twice, I can just run in and do a Beyblade skill. I mean, Beyblade skill them both.
Oh, I've hit them all. Hit them
good enough for me.
Got the poison. God, I gotta increase my stamina too.
And dead.
Nice.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Awesome.
Fucked myself up really badly then, though. That was very poorly executed.
After having the armored still suits, coming back to the unarmored one definitely hurts. I have observed that much.
It's also this gun. The Mauler is terribly... The starting Mauler pistol is horrible for accuracy. So I cannot wait to replace the bloody thing.
There's a box up here.
Ooh, yep, we'll get the box.
Not much in it, but we'll just loot.
Every little bit counts. I like so far as I've found, no materials actually go out of date. All the materials you gather here at the start wind up just going into something that's more advanced later.
Yep.
So
it does sort of get phased out because there's an amount of resources that particular resource that you can gather in the advanced areas tend to be on the more advanced side rather than, I don't know, granite or
you
salvage
still,
metal and
you
stuff.
still sort of have to use it. So like you get your iron, and then you got to get carbon.
Oh yeah, iron
in
is
order to
definitely
make
useful.
steel. Then you get access to aluminium, but you still got to use steel in certain recipes along with the aluminium.
Yep,
So it's not so much of a resource goes out of date as you require less of it, but it becomes a base resource for the next thing. I think I can make that crossing from there. Shahilud. We need to be able to make fat characters to be the Baron. I don't think the Baron would have done too well in the wilds, though. You can do the Giddy Prime thing with the characters that are super pale with the completely blacked out eyes. There's a couple of defaults for those straight off the bat. But you got to play more like the Harkonnen slaves or Harkonnen warriors. The Baron's just your boss. Alright, this is...
It's gonna be risky.
I'm gonna do some sketchy shit.
You know what? Fuck it, people.
Walk without rhythm. And then you come past in a motorcycle.
Fuck, I wasn't able to push you into the thing.
It's alright, I got across.
That was my attempt.
It's alright, I got across. Oh well. Just doing the walk without rhythm thing, it seems to work. It hasn't failed me yet. Doesn't mean it's doing anything. I could have just potentially just got lucky. Got another Intel base here, so I'll... Now you're just trying to run me over.
Oh no, I was just driving past on this one. There was absolutely no intent of running you over. None whatsoever. Nope, no sir. I have a driver's license. I know how to wait when I need it.
Oh shit.
Right, downstairs clear.
Yeah, I'm already upstairs. Oh, but I got stamina. Turret do turret things. Jesus, this feels lucky.
Come here, you! No stabbing people in my presence. Only I get to stab them. Nah, blood was full.
Yeah, saw the first one, killed it, then the second one came, saw the third one run around the corner, then realised there was a fourth one, and then realised I may have made a small mistake.
Yeah, you did survive. Which is more than I could say about them. They have made the mistake of being alive, which has been fixed already.
Does this game have the shield laser interaction happy fun time? I don't know. I haven't encountered a laser yet. I don't think they've got lasers in the game for that reason, at least so far. If they do include lasers, yes, I hope they do have the happy fun time. At least a small explosion.
You do get the shields actually.
No, you get the shields, just the lasers.
Not very early.
Yeah, you get the shields, just not the lasers. And you don't want to use the shields out on the sands at all, because it's just guaranteed way of... Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the shield, it just says, vibrate heavily, extreme caution when using in sands.
Oh, no, I've seen people try and cross with the shields turned on before, and it's just basically a guaranteed, the worm is going to come and eat you now. Yeah,
I imagine with the vibration it generates, it should be basically dinner bell for the worm.
Yeah, with a base level shield on, you make more vibration than you do driving a buggy across the sands.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's...
You know what? I'm gonna have to use that to die in my own server.
That's why you turn it off before you try and cross the sands. I heard they did try and introduce las guns and the exploding, but it was messy. I can understand. It would be definitely a difficult thing to model in, considering it is an atomic explosion. It's referred to in the books as pseudo-atomics, shooting a shield with a laser. So yeah, it would be definitely a difficult thing to model. I heard somebody talk then. Who just talked? Or was that you doing emotes or something?
There's a...
Oh no, that's not you. That's somebody just walking across the sands at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to say. I might have actually aggroed the dude while driving past you. And that might be an NPC, just running out in the open like an idiot.
For some reason I thought that was you for a moment. I should have just walked over and stabbed him.
Identify yourself.
I'm actually amazed that he didn't like the word. Or did he?
Before I go out.
Research.
You're so careful with the sand, I just YOLO it. I try not to get eaten when I'm carrying all of the stuff that I need to progress, especially when I'm on a stream, because then I'd have to gather all this back up again.
That's where the fun is. You do stupid shit and get punished for it.
Once I've got enough stuff in the base to recover, then I'll just YOLO it a little bit and we'll see what happens. Once I've got the the first bike I had on the other server, I actually got a Mark III Epic engine out of a run and bolted it into my Mark I bike. So the thing didn't turn, it didn't stop, but it went really fast in a straight line. And yeah, I was jumping that thing through dunes, it was great. Up until I got eaten. Because that happened, and that's when I discovered it doesn't matter how fast you build the bike, the worm is faster. It's just about out of water, so get back to base, empty these blood bags out, unload all the stuff, see if I can make some guns, and then we'll head up. I'll grab, actually while I'm out here, I'll start collecting the copper I need now. I need 40 units. And then we should be able to go back and speak to the trainer and I should get the grapple. Sandworms like to eat everything. I'm really going to be interested in seeing the end game gameplay when you're doing spice harvesting. Because you actually build a harvester. Really, it takes 2 people to do safely, quote unquote. You build a spice harvester. And then you can build the largest ornithopter, which is also designed to carry it. So you have a carryall as well.
Oh yeah, the carrier ornithopter.
Yep. And you've got to use the carryall.
Have you seen one of those crash ships at all when they are downed? Have you tried looting them?
Yes. Some of them you can get metal. Some of them you get a whole bunch of really interesting parts out of them.
Who's that?
They being the worm can actually eat you while you're on it. So, you know, big mouth. Appetite for everything. I tried to take cover on one of those things. It's, you know, I thought, you know, it's not on the sand, it's on metal. It shouldn't vibrate, and the fucker just came up, stared at me. Yep, ate it along with me on it. I was just staring at it. And long story short, you are food. Everything that you build is food for it. There's nothing you can do to it as well. It's just avoidance all the way through.
Do that campsite around the back of this guy's base, and then we'll be on my island.
And there's a seat on the bike now, by the way. I'm not gonna use it much, probably, but you know. Actually,
I wonder if any faction uses the shield laser effect as a form of self-deleting bomb. A few have. The Emperor tends to take has a very low opinion of those that do it. But in the first Dune book, that's how they breach the shield wall. The Fremen under Buddy whatchamacall's command, Muad'Dib's command, fired a laser at a shield in order to trigger an explosion to form the breach in the shield wall and allow the worms to get into the basin of Arrakeen. So yeah, it's been done, it's in the books, and they flipped their shit over it. Because there's a broad band on atomics in their entirety. Oh, there's a cave over this way. I'll do that cave too.
Yeah, I do need to build a chemical. What do I need for it? Copper ingots.
Must be up here. this level... Oh, there it is. Just around the corner. I was right, I had to climb. I was just climbing in the wrong spot.
There's someone here.
There we go. Love when the worms just stare and leave. Yeah, it's a really cool animation. Shit. Back in. Copper. And... okay, that's an interesting one. My beam's not working. Why is my beam not working? Try again. There we go. Now it's something bugged out then. Yeah, leveling doesn't take long in this. Especially if you just sort of wander around, you know, do missions. The leveling's relatively easy. I haven't put that many hours into the other account. I'm over level 40, and everything you do generates XP.
Gives you experience.
Yeah, so just building your base and dicking around with your base will level you, no problems. How much do I have? Copper. 191. Yeah, I think that covers my 40. I think I should be good. And that was Shai Hulud, but that explosion was Spice Below. Where was that? Over there. In the background there, that little pale cloud that's slowly disappearing. Yeah, that explosion we just heard was all the way over there. That's not even in our zone. When the spice blows go off, they are huge. No, they're not in the noob area. You can just hear them from the noob area. When they detonate, they'll rattle the buildings if they're close. They are massive explosions, after all. Go left here. And I'll go through the sealed cave. That'll take me around to my base, and I'll get a little bit more loot on the way through. It's almost worth finding a spot where the worms travel through closely. This is kind of what I did with my base, my other base. Find a place where the worms...
Engaging enemy!
Shit, really? It's not a time bomb. There we go.
Let's get the bastard!
Poison really is more annoying to them than anything else, isn't it?
They tend to be very useful, at least when it is a weapon attribute. For the long rifles, it's useful against shields, but early in the game, I don't think it's more of a hindrance than an actual boon.
Yeah, I'll definitely replace the poison for the grappling hook. And home sweet home. Drink. There we go. Right. I'm going to have to build another container. We're running out of space here. Scrap metal knife. Actually, scrap metal knife I'll just get rid of. I do want to place that one down. I will leave that because I'm going to learn it. Mechanical parts have to go in. Another fuel cell, which we'll save for the bike. Keep the 40, stick the rest of the copper in there. Sorry guys, just doing a little bit of inventory sorting, and then we'll go in and we'll hand in this quest. For the cells.
This is also the preview of the mid to late game, because amount of the shit that you get in the late game, you have to organize very well, otherwise you're going to be doing this constantly. In fact, you will be doing this constantly on every run.
It's not so much of a problem, I found, because all your manufacturing facilities will pull out of all containers so long as they're in the boundaries of your base, including the containers that are on your vehicles. And once you have enough resources, you can just build enough bulk storage that it's not a problem. Having it organized is nice, but if some stuff gets mixed up and you're in a rush, it doesn't really matter, because you don't have to worry about going to find it again.
Yeah, that's true.
The machine
it only becomes a very, very annoying problem if you need one of those items on your person and you forget where you put it.
Yes. Which is why I usually put one crate. Yeah, I will learn that schematic because I'm going to make that. Ow! Ow! Cat! Ow!
Someone got either bit or clawed pretty hard.
Claude, she decided she wanted to move and decided to stick all of her claws straight into my legs. Ow! You were so comfy there for the last hour with no problems, then you decided, nope, that hurt. Alright, let's craft that knife. And that gun. I wish we had the larger containers in the beginning of the game. It would be nice. Knife. And we have a new rifle, so the Mauler pistol can go away. And those I'm just going to drop and they can vanish. Because there's nothing much in them. Actually, no, I won't. I've got space over here, and I think we've got to build the recycler before we leave this area anyway, so I can quickly churn all this stuff up. Waste not and all that. can't empty out the blood bags. Need, I don't want to build another blood machine. The leader John. I've got spice infused copper dust. I've only got 3. I need 5. Okay, I need. No, fair enough. I need more. All right, let's head back. We'll do the hand over the 40 copper and hand over the. Well, tell the guy we've basically killed the people he wanted dead.
I believe there's another. Oh no, never mind. That's the worm.
Yep, that's the worm.
And no matter where they pop out, they just rattle the entire thing.
That is really cool. That.
Would you like a ride up there, or are you gonna climb?
No, I'm just gonna climb.
Let's climb before the hook then.
Yes, well, you still climb. Just the hook means I can do the first half of the cliff in one shot.
Well, you say that, but I happen to have both the hook and the Emperor's wing, so I can just friggin' hook something and fly something like, 50 odd meters up there.
Depends on how high you want to climb.
Yeah, pretty much.
Will I make it up here before falling? Yes, I will. Okay, cool.
Let's see, where's my base? There. I completely forgot what I require for the small chemical refinery. Jeez. Oh yeah, it was copper. Alright, might as well mine on the way back.
Oh shit. I messed that up. Grip the lip. There we go. Alright, scrap metal, we'll deliver those. Oh no, it's scrap metal, not copper. I screwed that up. Wait, no.
I'm like 90% certain you should require copper for the thing, for the contract. 90 granite.
Yeah.
And 40 copper, I think. Something along those lines.
It's not popping up. I didn't. When I built the thing, it used the copper out of my backpack that I divided off for 40. It pulled out of my backpack before it pulled out of the resources in the base.
Wow. There should be copper spots right next to the grid spot.
Be. Yeah, I'll have to go out and quickly mine some. That's fine. Annoying, but only annoying. Oops.
Back again, like the sour tank. It's over then. Good. Did they deserve to die? Who knows?
Oh no, that's a whole. No,
but the deed is done regardless.
What did they do to you?
I'm fine.
They took me to a
I
bar.
managed to fly off a cliff, something like
and
70
plied me
meters
with
from here,
some
and apparently
When
no
the battle
damage.
started. I could barely walk.
This copper as well.
Aye. Killing them changes nothing of who I am. But sour wine and sour vengeance are both to my tastes. Now shut your mouth and let me train you.
Okay then.
I'd swear you're a fully trained trooper pulling one over on me. I can't figure out the angle on such a scam. Who are you? Nah, I don't want to know.
Alright. Skills. We now have access to the trooper. So I want the Shigawire Claw immediately. Battle Hardened, which reduces ability cooldowns. And we can increase range damage a touch. And that's Center of Mass. So 10% increased body damage, but it'll lose 10% headshot damage. So we will take that one. And field maintenance, reduce durability loss on all of our weaponry by 15%. And that is all of our skill points done. But that is a nice combination between that and the Mentat. These are going to stack nicely. And then the last one to pick up is this one, which is Planetologist, which we should have a quest here, actually. No? I can't remember how to do that. That's right, I'll go find the copper ore now. Once we're outside, I will quickly sort out my abilities. Find myself a shady spot. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Alright, so skills. We'll unequip that. Unequip the Sentinel. I want the Shiga Wire on Q. And the Sentinel on G. Perfect. Is it just me, or do the sandworms look more like the 1984 depiction with the 3 distinct mouth flaps? They're kind of a combination of both. There's definite elements to both in here, and they have definitely taken some of the inspirations from the 84 movie as well as the more recent ones in this as well, to fill in holes. There's touches of both in here. I like it. I like it very much. Copper. I need some copper. There's some copper. Oh, too far away. There we go. Alright, that's 40, so that should be it. Alright, this is why the Shiga Wire Claw is so damn useful. Its reset time is only like 5 seconds. So much easier to travel the verticality with that thing. Yeah, 42. Deliver items. Right, now, contact issuer. And he's going to issue us with another one. Wrecking crew. Reach the wreck of the Alcyon. Acquire a Hotsman amplifier. Hotsman amplifier. Contact issuer. Alright, so we've got to go back to the shipwreck.
You're going to find, Offworlder, that Arrakis is a planet of unique opportunity. No former prisoner would ever have access to the military technology of the great houses.
Without the
but with the war
contract, you could already pick up the items
crash
from the box.
shut down.
You might have those.
Sometimes spilling military-grade materials onto the sands. The Fremen know the ways of the desert and how to do a lot with very little. The Imperium, on the other hand, have infinite resources and the production capacity of countless worlds. Plunder them, Offworlder. There is a shipwreck near here. Slip inside and claim your share of the spoils.
We've done a whole bunch of that already, so we can just skip through the entire lot. Right, another journey complete. That's what I'm after. Sims jackpot. Get the rest of these intel and clean everything out while we're here. Somebody built a base in here, really? I suppose there is a double cave here. So we'll quickly raid this, it'll actually get what we need to complete the mission.
I need reinforcements.
A new knife is so much better. Oh. Let us... There we go. Right, we have your blood to drink once we've cleaned it up. And that... How much do we need? Oh, they want us to go back and hit the Alcyon again. Micro sandwich,
Yeah, okay,
3-5. Ah, sorry. Oh, the Alcyon's short. You can I blitz through that later. I blitz that really easy.
Oh yeah, since you built the weapons, it should.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Got it through the microfiber fiber, right?
Oh, no compatible container. Okay.
I'm at the journey where it tells me to drive north, by the way.
Ah, yep. God, you got through that quick.
I mean, while you were running through the the tutorial on the regular pace, since I already knew what to do, I just blitzed through it. And I didn't have to stream at all.
This is true. I mean, I'm not in too much of a rush. I said I really like this game. I really like this game. This is really well done. I kind of wish they had an eating mechanic in the game. They kind of do later on when you start playing around with spice yields, but it's not something you have to deal with now. Also, if you're talking talking about eating pre-spice in this world, small thing to consider, and it's not really covered in Dune, but what is the most ready source of protein that you would have available in the middle of the desert? Consider where the water comes from.
I'm gonna guess other people.
Yes. There is no way known that human burgers are not a thing on Arrakis. The water gets taken out, and you have a dry meat.
You know, on a especially hard and harsh and hot desert climate, dried food would, you know, even as human meat would really go along pretty well.
No, the sandworms are not edible. Sandworms are a silicon-based life form, I believe, if I remember correctly, and they are hugely toxic.
Yeah, so I do feel
on top of being extremely hard though.
Yeah, even if you manage to kill one, they would, yeah.
I didn't run away from the North just to get ordered around by a puffed up mauler.
Not to mention the fact that they're worshipped as minor gods, so
God.
their status well. so nice to have a rifle again. Don't really need your battery packs, but I'll take them.
Every probe requires inputs.
For the gold. Have I picked it up? I don't think I have. No, I have. I must have got the intel from there. Okay, I completely missed that I picked it up. Cool. Alright, we'll go to the next one. And I'll see whether or not I can raid another cave on the way through for any more materials that I need. And then I'll go back and we'll redo the ship pass through for what we need. We can cross, down and cross, and that should be fine. I'm not sure if that centerpiece here is safe sand, but everything around here should be fine. Oh man, no sandworm steaks? No, no sandworm steaks. You just got to deal with eating the worm's poo. Spicy. Actually, I think it's shedded layers is the trigger for the spice. I'm not 100% sure from memory. Worm crap is the meme. Alright, we want to go this way. The base. In the books there were special chambers to grow veggies. Yeah, oh yeah, they grew their plant matter. And they buried the honoured dead. The honoured dead got proper burials and they definitely didn't get eaten. We see a couple of the funerals in there. But what about the not honoured dead? And protein. Yeah, I suspect at least some of the Fremen enjoy some questionable burgers.
Oh, I'm off to die driving up. Oh, this is longer than expected. I might legitimately die. Oh, fuck.
You died?
Fuck, 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 fuck. I might shortly. There's a worm in the spitting distance of me.
Uh-oh.
Sir, would you please go away? I don't want to talk to you about your Lord and Savior Sheffield. Oh, made it. Awesome. Didn't die.
Shai Hulud has spared you. there. There it is. Aha, we have the intel. And we have the big treasure chest, which has... That looked like an epic stillsuit. That is Hollower stillsuit garment. The Hollower clan is an inbred family of scavengers who inhabit the hollow arches of the southern Hagar Basin. This unique stillsuit was their invention, although rumours persist that it was a gift from Fremen that hid during the TrackIR program. Copper ingot, microfiber, needs spice-infused copper dust.
Someone's here.
I think I got a helmet or a mask that matches that on my other character when I was in the starting area. There might be a set involved there.
Oh yeah, that thing is definitely a set.
Would you quit just shooting me into that? Oh, help if I'm reloaded. Sit down. That's a quest item for a quest that I don't have. We've just accepted the contract now though, so that's fine. That's the intel cleaned out. Micro sandwich fabric. We have 6, we only need 3. Right, so we just need to travel to the Alcyon, which we can do. I need to find the planetologist. So I need to trigger off his quest, because I'm pretty sure he's the one. Shai Halud. Pretty sure, yeah, pointing the wrong direction. Back this way. He's the one who gives the quest to go to the Imperial reclamation base. We can go there. We can go there on our own, but it's better if we pick up the quest. And we can do the quest, because that unlocks the planetologist skill tree, which has some great options in there as well. The spice is pretty much mother of pearl in oysters equivalent. It's kind of, I don't like what I ate, encase it in a substance as far as I know. Yeah, that makes sense. I can't quite remember the lore on what the spice is supposed to be. It's obviously an off cast something from the worms. I just could never remember what it was. Carts, give me an M1 in the future, please. Yes, the research center has the bike plans. I've unlocked the bike plans. I've got them unlocked. I need the parts to build the bike at the moment. And the research center contains all those parts. But there's a quest to go there. And I want to pick up that quest beforehand, because otherwise I'm going to have to double back. I'm ideally going to complete everything that I can in the basin before I move on, without dragging it out too much. God, I love that hook. Looking it up, the Fremen have bats and kangaroo mice already on the planet. The kangaroo mice are Muad'Dib. That's where he took his name from. Ooh, feedback.
Apologies if I echoed your voice.
No, that's alright. And you actually see bats. The guy at the start during the tutorial, well, I think he's a Fremen. I haven't encountered him again beyond the immediate next section. I'm pretty sure he's a Fremen survivor. He has a bat as a pet. That's who he's talking to. He's not talking on the radio. He's talking to his bat. Deliver that one. deliver granite stone. We can deliver those items. Oh, we've only got 10. He wants 50. That's right, I can fix that up pretty easy. Can you get a pet kangaroo mouse in the game? The pre-order set comes with a terrarium that's got one inside of it. So I have one. I don't know whether it'll be possible to get one another way in the game later. Hopefully so. It's really cute. It's actually really well animated. I cannot remember for the life of me, because I accidentally picked up the planetologist quest last time. I remember he was here, but I don't remember what he looked like.
Would you like spoilers in that case?
Yeah, it might help, because I can't remember how I picked him up. I know I spoke to him here and got the quest, because I completed the quest.
He is actually right above the test station now too. On the mountain, rather than inside the mountain.
Oh, above the
Yep.
the building. Oh, okay. Right, I must have been exploring when I picked him up. I'm sure I picked him up inside that base. Oh. I think that might have actually been taxing the repulsor belt a little bit then. That's alright, I'll go there next then. I've got to go to the ship anyway, so I will drop past. You can get a pet kangaroo mouse in the game. That is good. I'll definitely have to get one of those. It's funny. I really like those things because I have a whole bunch of animals that are not far off looking like that right around this house. My betong is not far off that. The ears are a little bit too short on the betongs, but, you know. Yes, ours. You're back. You've decided it's cold and you would like me to pick you up and pat you again, would you? I need... I still can't build that one. Can I build... What have we got in the way of research? I've got 40 points on research. The Liturgion is now unlocked, and we can get the water cistern. I'm not going to make them yet. There's no point, because we're going to rip the entire base back down. It's only 3 points. I'll unlock them so they're unlocked. So get them out of the way. But I won't build them yet. That requires iron, so we can't build that till the next area. Weapon-wise, I just need to pick up the Mauler pistol, so we'll do that just to complete that bunch. I'm not going to build the Mauler pistol because I like my rifle. No, it's just giving me a purple marker for the sake of it. Power Pack Mark 1 needs the particle capacitor, which is in the Imperial testing stations. We can build the Cut Array Mark 1, and we can build the Recycler now as well. So that I will build, because it means I can mulch half this crap and sort it out. Alright, so the way gear works in this game... I'll just quickly clear all of these. Passive suspensor belt. Again, want stuff from the Imperial testing stations, but we'll unlock it and make sure it's cleared anyway. And bike is done, but we have to complete moving on before we can build the sand bike inventory, or be at least up to it. Okay, that's fair. Right, so the way stuff works in this game, anything that uses electricity actually requires these power packs. The power packs have a marker for how quickly they regenerate power and what their maximum power pool is. As you get better equipment, whether it be your shields, your repulsors, and so on, they draw more power as you upgrade them, so you need to upgrade the battery to feed them. If you have too low a battery and you have too high an item, it'll drain the battery pack almost instantly. Also, the longer you're using stuff for, eventually it'll turn off. So when I'm jumping off those hills and doing the big drops down, the repulsor belt is actually drawing power off the battery. If the battery hits 0, the repulsor belt turns off and you fall the rest of the way down. So that's how that mechanic works in the game. Now, crafting. Because I want to make that still suit. 104 armor. What's the armor of the one that I've got? 28. God, it destroys the one that I'm wearing. It's not even close. Spice-infused copper dust. I have 3. I need 6. We're going copper dust farming. Alright. I have to build the cage. You want me to build the more Dib's house? I can do that. I think I've got enough for it. Furniture, decorations. Yeah, I can do that. Let's put him just there. So this is the pre-order terrarium, and there he is there. He squeaks, wiggles his ears, he'll dive into the sand and bury himself in a second. And yeah, he runs around the inside of the terrarium. Yeah. Alright. Let's put what we've got in storage, and then we can head to the ship and head up to see the guy on top of the mountain. I think I do remember him now being there. I'm sure he was there though. Yeah, there's no way that they didn't base the little sand mouse on Australian marsupials. It just looks too close. Well, hopefully they'll add more to the game later, and yeah, it would be nice if you could feed him or do something with him to interact. It's actually, like, all jokes aside too, looking at it, it's actually a really nicely designed terrarium. It's actually a nicely enough designed terrarium that I'm contemplating building one that's a replica of it to house actual Australian marsupials in it. Thinking Mitchell's hopping mice would be perfect in something like that. I don't know about the enclosure that it's in, the actual, like the case itself, but the layout inside with the way the rocks are laid out, it's a nicely laid out terrarium. Somebody who built this actually keeps animals in terrariums, who actually did the model for this. Or they did some really good research. Alright, so we'll pick up some granite. Oh, we already have the quest to go into the testing station. We'll go to the shipwreck first, but yeah, we'll do the shipwreck first and we'll do the testing station on the way back. Because I can quickly blitz through. The testing station's a little bit larger. The ship you can blitz through in like 10 seconds. Well, a minute, couple of minutes tops. What's up, us? You want to go out now? I wish if we've already been to those places it knows. Oh, it knows we've been there, but it wants me to gather more stuff there now. There you go, us. Oh, somebody's got an ornithopter in the area, because that's what you're hearing in the background there. Sorry, I just had to let the cat out of the room. So that's a testing station, so I just need to cut directly west from here. Oh, sorry, east from here, rather. That's interesting. Multi-layered base inside of an outcropping with no walls. Different. Very different. Again, a lot of people are spending...
It certainly is more creative than the cube.
Yes. Although again, I wouldn't spend too much time. Anybody wanting to play this who isn't playing it already and is going to be playing it soon, don't spend too much time in your base in the starting area. There is literally a section of the quest when you leave this zone that requires you to abandon the base. You can't keep it. You have to abandon it in order to advance the story. That was part of the reason why I progressed so slow on my first pass through here. I did not know that. Might be abandoned and someone is tearing it down. Yeah, that's possible.
Reveal yourself.
Sector weather alert. A light sandstorm is approaching.
Oh shit, sandstorm.
Oh, balls.
Yeah.
I should get the quad bike in.
We'll have roughly 2 minutes, usually from the first one. You get sandstorm due in sector in 2 minutes. I can make it to the wreck by then. I'll hide inside the wreck. I was actually thinking it's been a while since we've had a sandstorm come through. I don't think we've had one this entire playthrough so far. There it is there. That's the sandstorm in the distance coming this way. If you're caught outside, they will rip your bikes to pieces. They will kill you. They stop you moving. They're awful. It's great. I love the fact that they exist.
They're here.
I see someone. Where's my reinforcement?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
Right, I got 60 seconds. And I've got a turret. There we go, we're full of blood again. I really need to get a larger container. Can it mess up your ornithopter? If you fly inside of it, yeah, although you can fly high enough to get above it. So, the cool part is, if you look on the map, you can actually see them coming through, and they come in different sizes and shapes from different directions. This is actually a fairly wide one. This is going to completely cover the entirety of the starting zone and part of the next zone up. So you see them roll across the map, and obviously visually.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There are spots in the map where you can see the terrain poke through. I'm guessing they do not get affected, but I really... when you get to ornithopters, they are valuable enough where you don't want to test that theory out.
Yeah.
Let's just say.
There's the bottom. Oh, there it is. Vision goes to crap. This is the vision you get because we're in an area, so we're nice and safe. If we're outside, you can't see crap. And your health bar starts getting apart. And it's a really nice effect.
Identify.
done one. He stood there and let me shoot him. And the music has decided we are going to party hard right now for some reason. Alright, music, calm down now. We're not inside the storm and there's nobody fighting us. Hang on. Oh, there we go. We don't need... the epic soundtrack for me just looting shit. Go. This chest here.
Somebody was there. Someone killed.
Oh shit. Really?
Get there.
Oh shit, I'm out of stamina, that's why.
Spot them. Get them.
There we go. Must have aggroed them from the next room. The music ended the second I killed them, so... Alright, that's that. So we got another knife design. And now we can exit out this way. And then we'll cut back across. Right, so it's a nice little ship, that one. Some of the others are bigger, some of the others are little, a bit more little. The testing stations are the main dungeons, which is where we will head next, although I will climb up on top of the testing station first to see if I can find the bloke. So he will be somewhere there, I think. No, I can grab copper, quickly farm up some copper afterwards. We got plenty of it around us. We got 3 or 4 nodes right up on top of where our base is, so I'm not too concerned about that. I don't want to carry too much because I'm not sure how much in the way of loot we're going to pull out of the testing station, and I want to make sure I can bring it all out because that's far more valuable. said, I will take all the gold that I can possibly get. Because eventually we're going to have to head to Arrakeen, and that costs 2,500 gold for the ornithopter flight, and I would like to have enough to be able to pay the taxes on our base. That is a thing you have to do, yes. The Emperor wants his taxes, so you must do it. And I would like to have enough to actually start setting up some safe banking. So I can buy things from the hub. Yeah, but you need to finish the ship mission first. Oh, this is a good point. I can pick that up on the path as I'm going past the base on the way through. This is... Oh, no, this isn't even the one I want to go to. I want to go around it. Yeah, sorry, I didn't even think of that. It's sitting right in front of me, and I didn't even think of it. But that's alright. I'll still... Same deal. I'll pick up the copper on the way through. For when we go and turn it in. Yeah, I think that might be his thing up there. That'll do. Also climbing. Yes, here he is.
Watch your step, stranger. Those plants are hard to grow out here, and harder to replace. Now, you don't look like the scrap rats that swarm around the place, and you don't look like one of the crazies from the lab. So what brings you here?
I'm looking for
the
signs of the
Fremen?
Fremen.
Kynes mentioned them to me in a letter. I was looking forward to meeting them, but by the time I got to Arrakis, they had been wiped out.
Xixian as well, I think.
Derek Chinara, planetologist, botanist, and political exile, I'm afraid. I've been stuck out here for a while. I learned the hard way. Never say the wrong thing to someone from Kaitain. Cyprian Io. I loathe that name. Barely a planetologist at all. To think of the legacy of the Kynes in the hands of this fop makes me sick.
I would like to learn from you.
I would gladly teach you, but there is something I must do. Perhaps we can help each other out.
What do you need?
You look like something that stumbled out of a shipwreck. I don't have any way to pay. Unless you're interested in a planetary ecology lesson.
Help out. We can discuss lessons afterwards. What do you need me to do?
That's easy. Somewhere in the station is a manifest containing a full log of the supplies that were sealed within. Bring me the manifest.
I'll return with the manifest.
Be careful. The people in that lab are odd. I hadn't gone very far into the lab when some of them charged at me, screaming and brandishing knives. They were covered in gore. I ran.
That sounds unpleasant.
It was unnerving. I'm not timid by nature, but I didn't want any part of whatever was happening. I came up here and set up this camp.
And I've brought you the manifest. I haven't done the... No, I haven't. Okay.
You have? That's incredible. No, man.
Okay. It gave me the option to hand in the quest, even though I didn't have the item. I was thinking, didn't realize I'd picked that up. Right. We'll go south, drop down off the top, and into the station. Or is it because you already have the research mission? Yeah, I already had one, and that's the other one that I needed. I needed the one from him. Because that's the one that unlocks the planetologist tech tree. nobody here. Okay. That was disappointing. Alright, the Imperial Testing Station. The fact that nobody was out front means that somebody else might already be doing a rundown here. Acquire an automated poison snooper.
Collins has been acting real strange since finding that corpse with the Telexu satchel. I don't trust him. Keep an eye out next time you're out on a salvage run. If he starts acting weird, dart him.
Water. These places would be rated so hard for
Welcome
water.
to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
Instantly, it's the easiest source of water that you can get to later in the game. Last time we went in as a team, I think we got something like 30 liters out of it. Just chock full of water. Later missions.
As I'm sure any
all
visitor
around.
who has traveled through the barren rocks and sand above will agree. Our first task has been the installation and testing of wind trap units, capable of reclaiming moisture from the atmosphere.
Trying to ambush me.
I thought I could trust Druce. But I know now that he's part of the plot, eh? I heard the worms out in the desert whispering to him last night, and the bastard whispered back. They did their all of them. But if I get them first.
I love the recordings here. Those people went batshit crazy. Yes, they did. Telexu's doing Telexu shit. To people, at least. Never trust the face dancers. Although, having said that, if they were a playable option in this game, I would absolutely play one.
Who are you leaving these messages for, eh? It's for the worms, isn't it? Yeah, the worms. Oh, yeah, your belly, it was full of worms, those big, red, ropey worms. But I let them out, didn't I?
It was some kind of Telex virus that they got exposed to that just fucking... Well, did this to them anyway. You want to be a shape changer? I would absolutely play one for interest point. They are really the real bad guys in the Dune story. Well, kinda. They do some shit that make even the Harkonnens tame. Yeah, I'd play one. Ixion's my preferred. You know, the technology guys. Like, of course, anybody who knows me knows that's going to be the ones that I'd like. But
don't sleep.
That'd be interesting.
That's when they come for you. Glow and darts. Don't sleep. They're watching. Find a knife or maybe a hammer. Either would be good, but both is better. Just don't sleep. Don't sleep. Don't sleep.
Paul lost his eyes because of them. Yep.
Don't sleep. That's when they come for you. Glow and darts. Don't sleep.
There's
They're
everything
watching.
they did to the Gollers and what they did with the Duncan Idaho Gollers
Just
over
don't sleep.
time.
Don't sleep. Don't sleep.
They are some twisted fucks. Like, nobody in this universe is particularly good. When you actually look at what each of the races do. Harkonnens are obvious, we know what they're just overly cruel. They're almost comic book levels of evil. The Atreides appear to be the good guys until you realise that everybody who isn't sort of upper echelon, and even some of those that are upper echelon, part of going through their promotions is, and gaining rank and prestige within the House Atreides, requires individuals to essentially go through thought programming to ensure loyalty to the House Atreides above all. Like, they reprogram your mind and do, like, mind manipulation. It's part of their thing. The Bene Gesserit, a straight up eugenics program.
Beneath the hill where the fox runs lightly, a dappled sun shines brightly. Where the fox runs lightly.
You can't hide from me, little bird. Where are you?
Beneath the hill in the fennel brake. Spy, my love, who cannot wake. Go away! Go away!
There's a little bird. Gotcha!
And then there's the Talax, and the Talaxu are just, they're fucking weird. And yeah, I like the Duncan clone too. But they still fucked with him pretty hard. Identification band. Some more plants in here. Hi. Yeah, he was brainwashed. He was used as sex doll. He was used in a whole variety of eugenics programs and rebred over and over again over the course of a couple of thousand years. He was occasionally just murdered for the sake of murdering him. He was used as a basis of a whole bunch of Telexu experimentation into developing better Gollers. yeah, he didn't have a good time. Alright. That's the hidden loop room cleared, which isn't particularly hidden considering it's got a bright yellow hatch on it, a button on it. Oh shit. Cheeky arsehole. Think his suffering was part of the reason he was able to overcome the programming? Yeah, well, it's pretty implicit across the stories and the books, but yeah. Still, it's kind of interesting. I can't work out whether or not the author really liked the character and that's why he kept trying to bring him back, or really hated the character and possibly hated the fact that other people liked the character and that's why he decided to permanently torture the guy. If they keep making Dune movies to try and cover all the books, it will be very interesting to see what they do. Because Idaho is played by Jason Momoa, which means he'll have a, long term, he'll have a bigger role across all the movies. There we go. Than any of the other cast. He'll keep being brought back. I just hope with the new movies, or at least the next one, they tone it down a little bit on the 10-minute slow pans across the desert with, you know, the horns playing in the background, and maybe try and keep the pacing
Once the beast
going
has
a little
made
bit.
his selection, return the remaining items to Bijaz at once. Exercise all due caution in the handling of these items, as the bioagents contained within are unstable.
You know, in a pedantic way, in a really shitty, jerky kind of way, for a movie named Dune, they showed a lot of Dune in those slow pans. I just wanted to point it out.
They're a little too much. As I said on the Archcast stream the other day, the 1980s Dune movie was a long movie, but it was a long movie because Dune is a long and complex book, and they wanted to do it right, and they delivered a whole bunch of scenes that are word for word exactly what is inside of the book. That's fine. The new movies, I do like them, but they do intentionally drag out every single moment they possibly could. You could cut an easy 45 minutes out of the movie and it would make absolutely no effect to the storyline and absolutely not lessen the movie at all.
Yeah. So then he comes in here saying, "Hey, boss, what's that weird smell?" That weird smell? Just like that he does. Just like that, yeah? Yeah, and then he says, "What's wrong with the plants in here? They look sick. Maybe we should trim them back." That's what he said. He said that. Those exact words, that's what he said. He said, "Trim them back. Trim them back." Oh, yeah. So you know what I did? I trimmed him back. Oh, yeah. I trimmed him back real good. Just...
They have to put the dinner scene in the movies, the dinner scene where Paul learned to be a leader, in my opinion. Yeah, the dinner scene was a good one, and it's one they skipped some things that were important that the original movie didn't, and put a lot of things in that were really unnecessary. But they got some things perfect. The first scene where you see the sandworm eat the crawler in part 1 was exactly how I
envisioned Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
It was perfect.
I am the station supervisor.
Alright, so that is the testing station done. We have the box of stuff we can deliver to get access. Oh, hang on. The last loot room, which we now have access to. So we've got a whole bunch of bike parts in here too. I might not have to build the whole bike, although it might be a little worn down in a few areas. Right. Cool. New two movies have too much eye candy in them. Well, too much eye candy isn't a problem. The problem is when you have really too much of it, which Dune Part 1 does, or the modern Dune movies do in general, it stops being eye candy and just starts being boring at some point, and that's the problem. The story is already epic. The scenery is already epic. Everything is already epic. You don't need to include 5 to 10 minute slow pans to haunting music in order to try and increase the epicness. You're already there. At that point, with Dune, the only thing you need to do is keep the pacing, because you're always going to be long if you're going to do it right. There's no way to do a short Dune movie. It's going to be long, so make the length worth it by having all the important scenes in place. And I think that's where they failed. The 1980s movie actually did a better job than the modern ones. He's up there. Alright.
You've come back. You don't know how rare that is on Arrakis. Have you done as I asked?
Yes, there it is.
You have? That's incredible. I thought those crazies down there would keep me stuck here forever. Oh, wonderful. Say what you will about the old Empire, but they knew how to keep a record. Yes, of course, I haven't forgotten. Pay attention. Life, all life, is in the service of life. There. Though I must confess, I wasn't expecting such an apt pupil. It was more like you were remembering than learning. Odd.
Alright, there we go. Now I have access to the planetologist tree. So that tree, you have skills like mechanic, vehicle repair. Your field training as a mechanic reduces the maximum durability loss of vehicle components when performing repairs, so you can keep vehicles running longer better. Suspensor pad. Drop a suspensor device that launches yourself and targets into the air, useful for navigation and traversal. Abilities must be equipped. Kinda cool, never really found a usage for it. But this, cut array mining. Your understanding of structural and mineral composition leads to increases in the resource yield when using the cut array. Increase yield 10% on the first. So these ones are really important. Dew gathering. Careful manipulation of the Holzman field on the Dew Reaper allows to increase the water yield. Dew Reaper yield plus 10%. Reroutering. Tinkering with your power pack allows you to increase the recharge rate. 2% recharge increase. So this kind of stuff, very useful. Fuel efficient driver. The first step lowers the fuel consumption on all of your vehicles by 15%. Vehicle mining. The mining yield for the mining lasers on vehicles is up by 10%. Very, very, very useful for the whole survival crafting thing. Possibly the single most useful tree in the game for that. So it's a must too. So that's me just about done, because I'm not going to do Bene Gesserit or anything on that. I might pick up the training and do the quests, but that's all the trees that I actually want for this character. Now I've just got to get the advanced training over time.
By the way, you wouldn't be able to do Bene Gesserit even if you wanted, because it's pretty close to the friggin' end game. It's pretty much all the way up in the northeast of the map. You'd have to go in pretty far.
It's the same place where the Swordmaster trainer is, very close to it, as I recall.
For us, the quest was all the way in the Western Shield Wall, as far as I remember. I don't remember if it was the advanced one, though.
Yeah, I'll pick that up later. Yeah, if I was going to do Bene Gesserit, I would do Bene Gesserit from the start and then pick up Trooper as a second. I'd do it that way. So yeah, I'm not minding picking it up. It's not what I wanted to run with this character. I want to run ranged. Definitely running turrets now. And let's start collecting some copper. And we need to find some more fibers as well. And we should have everything we need now to build the bike. Ah, damn it. Could have timed that better. Oh well. That is... Yep, I'm on the other side, so I can just... Oh, shit. Fell down. No. Stop freaking out. That's some weird rubber banding going on there. Whoa. Okay, that solved the problem. Let's get this copper and we can get the bike built, and that should just about have us on the final quest to leave the zone now. Plant fiber. Not a lot of that up here. It's in the way. There we go. Alright, that's the copper gathered. Now there should be some... Yeah, that was all I needed for the plant fiber. What are you going to ask me to do next? Fabricate a full set of scavenger rags. Yeah, turret do turret things. Oh shit. Sneaky. Damn it, I'm getting my ass kicked here. When in doubt, shoot them. I just fixed my health up too. The first Dune had its issues too, like the weirding devices which did not exist in the books. Yeah, that's true. Like, nothing's perfect, and you're never going to get a perfect recreation of the books into the movies. That's just the way things are, unfortunately. Very, very, very few books have ever translated perfectly into the screenplay. You can have good books, but perfect translations are very rare. Very rare. But bit of feedback there, Fox. But yeah, like some being... Get up there. Yeah, but it doesn't mean you can't strive for doing the best that you can anyway. Those blood bags are just full now. Right. Sometimes the NPCs are not brain dead. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Sometimes, yeah, it's a bit rough. Other times, they're kind of surprisingly good in a disturbing way. Alright. Now, it wants me to build the scavenger armor, and I will do that. Battery pack upgrade first. And then what I'm going to do, because I should now have the parts that I need for it. Refiners. Blood purifier, small ore refinery. Where is it? There, recycler. Nice. Now, research that schematic. We got a lot of junk we'll throw away. Yeah, we'll just throw that. So I'll research that. That's the Emperor's Wings. Yeah, I'll get the raw resources out first. Get them into storage and then start. Yeah, I'll just rebuild all these. Yeah, that knife can go. Scavenger boots, I have to make those. So, might as well get rid of them. I'll drag all these extra bits over as well, because I'm going to throw them in the recycler just to turn them back into the raw resources. No, I'll keep the binoculars. Keep the binoculars. Dun 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 dun. I'll put that one. That one. Fuel cells can go over. These are new. Actually, no, I think they're in the next box. Yep, mechanical. Take the scrap metal knife back. That one can come back. That is it. Everything else can go in the trash. Yeah, all those bike parts I'm going to scrap because they're all Mark 1s and they're all knackered. I could save time with them, but I'd rather build new. And we're going to get a bunch of surplus resources out of this. Don't need the back seat. That belt can go. Hood. Just need to make sure I don't get rid of anything that... No, there's the other blood sack. I was just worried I might have just gotten rid of a blood sack. And turns into more of the resources that we actually need. Perfect. And let's... 107 copper ore. You're going to have to move all that water anyways. Yeah, well that's why I'm not worried about building the cistern. Although a couple of good containers will move it pretty easily. I just need to make sure I've got the backpack available or the carry pack available for the bike. An Australian Outback Simulator. And that end. Pretty close. It might be genuinely why I like survival games so much. Why I find them relaxing. I'm not saying it's not. Right, so fabricate a full set of scavenger rags, which I don't really want. I'll make them, but I don't really want them. Especially since I'm about to make that that epic still suit, which is much better. It's crazy that Patrick Stewart was bald at 44 then, as he ever had hair. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a picture of Patrick Stewart with hair. It's entirely possible that he's as bald as bald when he was born and it just never changed. I was the same way, like why do I need to make the scavenger rags? First playthrough I ran them, but I didn't have anything else to wear at the time. And I wanted a bit more armor. But this combination with the Mentat, I think the still suit's more appropriate. Like, this works better. But I'll make them, I'll pick them up, I'll put them on, I'll pass the quest, and it'll get me onto the next point, and then I will build the next, I'll throw them all in the recycler because, yeah.
I have crossed the Vermilius Gap, Off-Worlder, and I still haven't shaken my unwanted followers. I'm afraid I must delay our reunion until, well, I fear drastic measures might be required. But fear not, Off-Worlder. You've come this far alone. I'm impressed. You're a long way from that mewling mauler I dragged from the wreckage of the Proteus. Listen, you'll need a vehicle to cross the sands to the Paranorth and reach the gap. But vehicles require components that aren't created here on Arrakis. Arrakis has a long history, Off-Worlder. More than you might imagine. Some things, like the Imperial testing stations, contain echoes of the past. But more importantly, they contain stockpiles of components you'll need. Just be careful. Those old ruins are a beacon for all kinds of scum.
There we go. Fixed. We've just done the testing station. Nice. Nope, don't have to go back. Cycle. Cycle. Recycle. And recycle. There we go. Right. Now, what I actually want to wear, this one. While we're at it, I want to make that leader John as well. What a waste. Yeah, it is, but it's not a major concern. Like, it's really one run through the ship to make all that. It's not really that concerning.
I mean, on the one side, but when you get scrubber, you can just toss them in and get everything back, basically. Which reminds me, how far
there we go
from the scrubber? Here it is.
We'll drink all the water. Nothing else to drink out of it. Right, we have the leader John. That is a much better. 104 armor on a still suit at this level. Very nice. Throw that, and then so we can actually use some of the blood. There we go. Now we're empty of water, so the blood can do its blood processing thing. Man, I wish you could get some iron while you're over here. you don't really need to hang around here for much longer. It's really just finishing everything up. Like, we're just about ready to leave now. Right.
Speaking of which, I am done with the Iron Place base, if you need to use it. I'm gonna log off for the time being.
Okay.
I give you permission just in case if you want to drop by and use the essential shit. Otherwise, head off, dude.
Alright, dude.
When you come here and interact with the random stuff, it should complete the objective as far as I know. But, you know, in case you need to use the blood filters and get some water out of it, go ahead.
Not a problem.
Everything's set up.
Chassis. And we're short on the hull. What do we need? Copper ingots. That's right. Still processing copper. I think you need a cod piece to complete the look. Need a bigger cape too.
And I'm off. Hope you have a good stream, box. And if anyone still cares for my existence on the stream, good night to you all as well.
Right. There's the... We do the bigger engine. We've got enough to be able to do the bigger engine as well. Just got hit by another sandstorm. Impress Shai Hulud. All it would take to impress Shai Hulud is to stay off his goddamn sand. That's all he wants. You stay off his sand, he's fine. Why the sandstorm's going through, we can quickly look. We've done 6 of 8 of the intel points. So I've actually got, yeah, I've got these 2 intel bases down here. So once I've got the bike, I can do a run down and clear both of those. Already done. There's a whole bunch of campfires and stuff, but I'm not too concerned about clearing them and a whole bunch of the caves. So yeah, really it's just these are the 2 main ones because these have intel in them, which you use for research, and I want both of those before we leave. So what we'll do, once I've got the bike parts built, I'll put together the bike. We'll go up here and hand in the quest we've currently got for up at Griffin, and then we will come back down, quickly run through both of these bases, come back up, and then I don't think we'll leave here today. I think we'll leave it to the next stream, which will probably be tomorrow, to exit here and head north. So I'll park the bike in the base so everything's nice and secure, and then I might quickly jump over to the other server that I'm on, so you can have a look at something that's a little bit more completed. What is the end goal of the game? There is a full storyline that leads to you finding the Fremen that you've got to play through. That is quite large. There is also, well, it's sort of standard group survival stuff. There is a large desert in the end game that has, as far as I'm aware, procedurally generated terrain, where you gather the materials, and it is open PvP, and it's where all the good shit is in the game. And yeah, that's... I haven't got there, so I can't tell you how good it is. I just know that it exists. It's well after Ornithopters, and on my main game, I'm not on my other character. I'm not even up to the Ornithopter yet. I've got the ability to research it now, but I don't have access to the materials in order to make it. But I will show that base in just a moment. Well, shortly anyway, once we finish this up. Alright, that should be everything that I need, and we don't have a sandstorm anymore, so... I want to put that in the 5 slot. And this is how you build a bike. Find some even ground. So the sand bike chassis is down. Power supply unit provides the energy for the bike. The engine is obvious. The 3 wheels to make up the sand bike. the armor over the top, and then we're going to put our backpack or the carry pack on there so we can actually move loot on it. And then for some real fun, we want to go to swatches. I might make this one blue. There we go. We have a bike. Oh, and we need fuel. That's all right. That is why I was saving these. Now there was one there. Oh, we've got more stuff we need to grind up. That's all right. I'll grind that later. And that one there. Refuel. And then access the bike storage, and we'll throw both of those in. There's enough there for 3 more refills.
You're ready. I'm waiting at Mirzabah. That's the great rock formation that looks like a giant hammer. Be careful. Vehicles are fast, but nothing can outrun Shai Hulud. You can only hope to get between safe areas more quickly. I'll see you soon.
All right. So we now got the quest to leave the area, but I want to finish off these 2 intel points first and complete these quests. And yes, this does beat walking. Now, for some reason, and I'm not sure why, but when you're on the bikes, you don't get affected by the sun. It makes sense in the buggy and it makes sense in the ornithopter. I'm not so sure it makes sense on the bike, but that's what they've done anyway. So moving around in daylight when you're on the bike isn't a problem. Part of me wishes that wasn't the case, or perhaps that you'd get the sunstroke slower on the bike, so you still had to be cautious of driving in the sun for an extended period of time. But yeah, for the moment, this is how it is. Deliver. Bike building. What's a sand bike engine? 2 sand bike treads. You get Sims cutter and a scavenger light armor. You know, I might do that yet. I don't have enough. I need the 50 granite. So for trainees, it's a courier run to Anvil. We'll make sure we pick that up before we go. And another one to go back into the Imperial testing station with a makeshift clothing variant. Those are to join House Harkonnen or House Atreides. I'll grab them, I can quit them later. I'm not going to do the House Harkonnen or House Atreides ones yet. I don't want to do them. I don't want to join any houses just yet. Yes, I did, but I didn't know that they were parts that I was going to need. That's fine, I'll just go and manufacture a couple of more. It's not a major issue. I've got all the materials I need for all the bike stuff. I've got all the materials I need really for anything at this point. At least from the starting area. Alright, so... the join point is going to be there. So let's go clear these other two nests, grab the, all these other two bases, clear the intel, and then I can quickly knock over these quests, and that will be us just about done, ready to depart. And then tomorrow, we can head across the basin and start building our real new base, because this is the part where once we've crossed the base, you see on the bottom of this quest, I don't want to fight you, go away. Constructor interact with an advanced sub-thief console. Shit, this may have been a bad idea. I've just driven straight out of the sands. Not paying attention to what I'm doing. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Oops. Actually, I really should just have gunned it. Yeah, we'll just gun it. No, that was the AI. That was the NPCs from that, the campsite was on this left-hand side. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Right, now we want to head around the back. Oh, I know Shia loves bikes. They are his favourite snack. That's why I'm staying close to the rock over here where he won't eat me. You know, unless I absolutely have to cross. Right, it is a left, so it will be just up here. Broken Stone Station. Oh, there was only one within range of the turret? Really? Come out wherever you are. Oh. Baron's Vengeance. I did not see the mine, but I probably should have looked for the mine. That is... oh, shit. Pay attention. There we go. That's an upgraded version of the rifle that I'm carrying, so I absolutely would like to make that. How are you all coming from? Well, I suppose I did run up here to... There we go. hear you down there. There you are. Stupid gun. Oh. There we go. More bandages, which I'll need because I keep getting shot. This new armor is nice though. I kinda want the rest of the set. The rest of the set would be very good. The intel will be upstairs. Crate cleared. Huh. Another crate. Still no intel though. There it is. Alright, intel claimed. Next one's over that way, and the bike is over here. So simple drive around the corner. Safe sands are really wide there. Right, another one of these little intel encampments to clean out. The scrape.
Someone's here. Identify yourself.
Come on, poke your head out. Oh shit, that's a shield. What the hell was that? I don't think my turret actually killed anybody that time. Okay, I think... No, there's definitely one still in here somewhere. Alright, that looks like the base cleared. That's a bit up. Sorry about that.
Yeah, scrap's still plentiful thanks to the war. We might be able to find you some Holtzman generators, but it's tricky. Holtzman fields really rile up the worms. And now, we've got to search during the heat of the day because of those damn Fanatical patrol ships with their bloody searchlights running all night long. Don't know who they're looking for, but they drop chome mercenaries to take anyone they see. Glad it's just the mercs and not the Fanatical themselves. Might stand a chance against company stooges who don't know the desert.
There's the intel. There we go, that's the answer I was looking for. They're Sardaukar ships, but they drop chome mercenaries. Alright, so the intel's cleared for this one. Now we just got to find the big loot case. And the rest of the loot that we've got from it. And then this place is cleaned out as well. And we are done with the major hubs that we have to do.
Found you.
Oh, shit. Hey, Tuna. New addiction? Yeah, somewhat. I do like this game. I like this a lot. A multiplayer survival game with missions. What do we got up here? The generator, that's only going to have packs in it. Where the hell's the big chest? All these bases have at least one big chest for the main loot. Yeah, I know, I can feel it's 3 AM. I'm starting to get a little bit sluggish here, so I'm just actually tidying everything up now. And then I was going to quickly pop over and show the other base so everybody who's been watching the stream can sort of see something a little bit more advanced. I'm not going to do much there, just take a bit of a tour around. And then I am going to head off to bed. Yeah, I can't find this at all. That's frustrating. Ah, Sardaukar, so the Padishire, yes. Yeah, he did not like the Harkonnens and the Atreides going completely off against one another, and so he enforced the rule. I'm not entirely sure why they're hunting you. That's in the storyline, and I haven't progressed that far through the storyline yet. But you're the person they're looking for. Oh. That's got me buggered. Unless this base doesn't have one. That's possible, but weird. I've already checked up on the roof, so it's not over there. Ah. That did not latch. I missed. Ah, that's it. And there's nothing hidden in there where it could be. It's not in any of those rooms. Damn it, I was sort of hoping we might have another chance at another piece of this armor. Oh well. Where did I leave my bike? I left my bike around there, so I probably should have jumped off the other side. You have too much ammunition for it to be really fun. To be fair, most of it's me looting the well over a couple of hundred people I've killed already and stealing their ammo. I'm a good little mass murderer. Right. So yeah, that's 8 of 8 done, research done. So we head back to my little base. I can manufacture the pieces I need along the way. So there's a rocky outcropping over here. I'll go to the other side of it and I'll use that for my crossing point. Shai Halud. Matter if we're going to go this run. There's the one going that way. Right. Not today, old worm.
Bounty. Couple of things. Journey quests. Right, what have we got? Xantara's Head, 1 million. I still don't get that quest. What are we after? Dirt bike engine, 1 engine, 2 treads. Okay, I will get them manufacturing that straight away. Tread.
tread and engine. Alright, what else are we after? That we have to go back into Imperial Testing Station for, which I won't be doing tonight. I might do that off camera before we make the run across if I end up streaming this tomorrow. I won't play this character again until I'm streaming, so... Granite delivery, 50. How much granite do I have stored? Because I don't really need to carry any of it with me. 5. Brings us up to 19. Oh, yes. Hang on. Yes. I absolutely want to research that. Leave that there. I want to keep that. Salvage metal to there. That's a new rifle to make. 2 and 3. And I can make it right away. Double epic weapons in the starting zone. This has been a really good start. And armor. Which means I'm likely going to get eaten by the worm when I try and make the crossing. Like, that's just gonna happen. I can just see that's gonna happen. What's the comparison? 7.8, 7.6. So it's not that much more powerful. What's its advantage? Fire mode burst. Alright, so it's a burst fire. Lower fire rate. Larger clip size. Should be magazine size, but anyways. Same reload speed. Same accuracy. Better stability. Much better stability. Slightly longer range too. A slight upgrade. It's not game changing, but it's a slight upgrade. I'll take it. I'll mulch that one. Right, now I need journey. Granite. I want 50. It should not be too hard to find. We got some straight down here. Oh, wait. I mulched my cut array without thinking about it, didn't I? Yeah, I think I mulched the damn cut array. God damn it. That's alright. I can fix that. You can tell I'm getting tired. I'm starting to make stupid mistakes. But we can sort this out. Because I can make the cut array Mark 1, which is the upgrade that I need to make anyway. While that's doing that, I'll also trigger off the crafting of the rest of the copper. Because I'd rather move ingots rather than... There we go. I would rather move ingots rather than ore when we finally leave here. And I will take some copper with me, because initially copper can be a little bit difficult to find, depending on where you build base. What does that get us up to? I need 50, that's on 76, so that's it. One rock, we're done. large rock that's shaped like a hammer is sort of the direction we need to go in when we leave this zone. So we got to cross this massive desert. It's slightly nerve-wracking every time you do it, even later on once you've got faster bikes, because it's a big crossing and you're almost guaranteed to annoy the worm on the way across, and he's gonna come and try and eat you, and depending on how far across you can get before you annoy him, depends on whether or not you'll make it. It was funny during the beta with the early section and the pre-access. I had my base was actually built on the north side looking onto that desert, and the number of people I saw get eaten trying to cross was freaking hilarious. Alright. Bike building, deliver. Treads. Contact issuer. Yes, this will do nicely, and I trust you put these sandbag components to good use. Thank you for your efforts. I'll buy you a spice beer. Take care out there. That's the Imperial Testing Station 1. That's the granite. Deliver items. That's it. And these two we're not accepting because they're Atreides based. At least not yet. I'll have to have a think on that. Alright, so we just got Imperial Testing Station left to go. Now, we did get rewards here. What did we get? Sandbike Inventory Mark II, Sandbike Booster, and Sims Cutter. So we just build a Cut Array Mark I. Copper, granite, salvage, metal, and iron. So yeah, it's the equivalent of that. When mining facilities were abandoned in the Vermilius Gap, Sim and his fellow miners decided to try their luck as scavengers. Sim borrowed a unique cut array from the ironworks, discovering too late that it was tuned for increased granite, copper, and salvage yields, and only had basic iron yields. Over the irony, Sim was heard to explain. So 63, 48. Yeah, 36. No, that does better iron as well. Nice. Very nice. Well, I won't destroy that one. I'll put that away as a backup. You never know, you might need it. Ooh, I need to drink. I think I was just standing in the sun then while I was in the inventory, and I may have cooked myself. Wait, I've not crossed the gap yet? No, I haven't crossed the gap yet. I've been clearing out all the zones to make sure I've got all the research done and making sure I've got everything set up, and building up a basic set of components so that when I make across the gap, I've got everything ready to start construction. Because I will put up a pretty capable base very quickly once I do the gap crossing. This is just me getting ready, so I'm going to park the bike because we're going to call it here. I've got one more mission. As I said, I'll do it off camera and we'll do the crossing on next stream. Hopefully that will be tomorrow. Oh, there we go. We got it in. Oh, cool thing for anybody who plays this as well. Once you have a bike inside your base, if you go to a container and you want to move stuff back and forth and move stuff around more easily, if you go up here and click on backpack, you can actually select the storage for any vehicles that are inside of your base. And so you can easily move stuff back and forth between the vehicle and whatever crate. Unfortunately, you can't access any other crates, but yeah, that makes moving stuff around rather than picking it up here, running over here, picking it up here, running over here. Much, much, much easier. Now, Research Goblin, you just like the research, don't you? I have 47 unspent research at the moment, and I'm level 19, and I haven't crossed the gap yet. I haven't even left the starting zone. Yeah, I'm a Research Goblin, yes. Once I cross the gap and everything starts unlocking, I'll start flying through stuff very, very, very quickly. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I will exit out here for this character, and I'm going to quickly jump over to my other one. So this is the one that I started at the start of the 5 days. So we'll exit back to main menu. Now, I don't have the Ornithopter on this build, but I'm pretty happy with how the base has turned out. I also want to quickly check this before going to bed, because we've had the big Corolla storm come through, and I want to see... if it has actually redistributed the resources that are behind my base. Alright, sandworm armor, just a thought. Well, there is one character who kind of did that and wound up living for 5,000 years. Alright, so this is the living area of my base. As I said, I like to spend time building things that are not really necessary and making stuff look like it's supposed to be part of the world. But probably best to start from down. Alright. So, here's the main sand run for the worms through this area. And this is my base from the outside. So it's built straight into the cliff face, and it's built that way for a reason. So I've got my big-ass mining buggy. This is the only place I could park it, unfortunately. I would have liked to have been able to fit somewhere else in, but it's not really practical for me to have it anywhere else. So I've just got it parked in here, but it is considered in cover, so it's safe from sandstorms here and won't be damaged. So that's fine. Main door. So this is the workshop area with recyclers, power generators, repair, and all the storage bins all over the place. And a little bit of decoration as well as my respawn point and subfield for claiming. Second floor is just is really water processing, or partly. So, actually, is that all? Yes, I need to get more blood. So I'm down to 33,000 litres. I've got 77,000 maximum in this circuit. I've also got another blood purifier upstairs, a larger one. And I need to put in more tanks. I need to get up to 100,000. Balcony area out here, which wraps right around. Yes, now you've mentioned it, I do. I was thinking it's more looks like a gimp mask and an oversized jacket, but this is the, what is it? The Slaver still suit that I've got unlocked at the moment. With Ket's still suit mask. It's not a terrible look. So yeah, living quarters area. Nice rounded window, which is out of the Atreides pack. Did some work around here to try and make it blend with the rest of the building. Next floor up is main processing and manufacturing. So weapons processing, processing of ores, chemical processing, again with some decorations thrown around. Vehicle manufacturing and the main blood still, which should have processed everything. Yep, that's all done. And this will be an upstairs section to put in more water tanks, to expand out the water tanks for it. And this, which I'm still trying to get this to be one single shield, even though it's a non-square shape, is going to be the entrance to my ornithopter bay. So the scout ornithopter will fly through here and will land straight in the upstairs hangar area. So no through the roof, no holes, it'll actually fly in from the front and come through. So that's what the entire extension out the front here is. It's actually a hangar. And top deck, I haven't got anything done in here at the moment. The front door leads out to where I've got the wind stills and the start of my air power generation. I actually have to build another one of those because I'm on the power cap. And the other side, and the reason why I built the base the way I did, is because it exits out onto this cliff area, which it doesn't have a ground level access. You've either got to climb the cliff, or you've got to build your way up to it. So, I've got a path up. And it looks like all my plants are still out here for harvesting. So I've got a whole run of plants the whole way around, enough that you can get about 6,000 to 8,000 litres with the Reaper, the Moisture Reaper, as you pass your way through. There's also iron ore the whole way around the path, as well as some other materials as well, so you get a bit of granite and a few other things. Actually, it looks like... yeah, there was an iron ore node that used to be down here that's gone. There was a battery node that's down here that isn't there. And there was a two scrap nodes that were up here, and they're gone. So that's still there, and that was there before. The plants haven't moved, but there has definitely been a reallocation of some of the... oh, we've got iron up here. That iron was not there before. So yes, when the Corolla storms come through, it does reorganize all of the loot. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through. I may not have as much iron as I thought now, but it looks like the plants are staying exactly where they are. There's also a steeled cave up around the back, which I was happy to have, because once I get access to the death seals, I can kill a few people up there, drag the bodies back, and then wring the bodies dry for water. Yeah, this is how I build bases. So... this is what up in the north looks like, and where I am. And this is a great spot too, because you get spice blows just out here, and the worm does a lot of activity through here, in particular where it breaks the surface. So you stand outside the base and just have the worm surface here and go back down. It's kind of great. Anyways, this is what... well, quite a few more hours into the game. Well, not really that many. Another 7 hours? I could probably be somewhere close to this on the other character. And I did just confirm that the resources do get reallocated and redistributed after the Coriolis storm. So once every 7 days, all the... well, almost all, not all, but most of the resources will be shifted and changed around. So that should make base building interesting. You will not be able to build bases in a spot where you can be guaranteed to have access to all the resources around that base permanently. At best, you'll have access to those resources for 7 days, and then those resources will go random. So anyways, ladies and gents, I am going to call this one here, because it is now... it is 3:30 in the morning, and I'm starting to get a headache, and I'm starting to get really weary, as I'm sure is coming through. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you very much for watching. We will definitely be doing another one of this in the very near future, and until next time, guys, take care.